All right, hello and welcome to Sanctums and Spies. This is our ninth session here in Asarius with our group. We are currently under the ground again in Asarius. But before we get into a recap, first thing I wanted to offer the lore drop to players in exchange for information. Or information, excuse me, inspiration for the upcoming session. I'm gonna open it up. I think there was something for Gloriel that you wanted to drop.
Yeah. Now I'm not going to drop everything here, but I did want to give a little more context to a comment I'd made in character last session. Namely, I alluded to the fact that Gloriel had previously been trained to be a priest of the Luxon. So, um, basically, as a youth, that was really her goal and her desire a priest and to follow the Luxon. She's very, very big in the Luxon. Um, but then the war happened, and she wound up enlisting. And after the war, she tried to get back into it, but too much had changed, and she just didn't feel like she fit anymore.
Okay. Inspiration for Gloriel for the session today.
I changed my mind. I have a little tiny piece of lore for you.
Okay,
You
what do
can
you
tell
got?
me if it's worth inspiration or not. I think something very small. Uh, so the professor has many grandkids, and he hates this about himself, but he actually kind of likes some of them a little more than the others, even though he'll never admit it. He'll never admit it. He'll never let it show. He knows better than that.
I
But he
would
always
say
feels a little guilty about it.
it does
Because
feel guilty
he
about it.
tries, he tries to hide it, but sometimes he wonders, like, oh, am I doing it wrong? Anyway, that's the secret.
Okay, yeah, I
He'll
would say
never
that's worth
tell you
inspiration. That
unless.
is a something I don't know if the professor would consider that a character flaw, but I would say that's worth inspiration and kind of giving a little bit of characterization for the professor. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, got something.
Oh yeah, yeah. Let's go for it.
Uh, Uriah has developed a full body rash.
Oh man.
Where it came from? Wow.
Okay, got it. Lots of weird things going on in Asarius. Make sure to keep that in mind in interactions with NPCs. Okay. All right. Well, if there are none others, then we'll get a little bit of housekeeping here out of the way, just a bit. Music. We use music from a couple different places. The first place is filmmusic.io. They've got fantastic music that you can license and use for your own projects. For any of the songs that we might be using from filmmusic.io, there is information down in the panels with links to each of the songs where you can listen to and license music for yourself. Highly recommend. And then we also use music from the official Critical Role soundtrack. Welcome to Tal'Dorei and Welcome to Wildmount. Both include wonderful tracks, and there are links where you can purchase those in the panels as well. So if you are interested in owning the music that you hear on stream today, definitely check it out. It's fantastic, fantastic music. And with that, I believe it's time to get into the recap. We are when we are underneath Asarius. The group spent the day before getting ready. There was a little bit of time spent in the morning with the helpers as Udia came back to the helpers' hideout with a new member of the party, Gloriel, a half drow who was wanting to help with some of the things that had been going on in Asarius. With a little bit of deliberation and decision making, the group decided to meet with Lady Zethris and tell her about what had been found at the Nadro Estates in the investigation the day before, and to accept the offer and guide of Cathona Thalis to go down into what became known as the First Temple as the party traveled down. After being led to a house in the North Center neighborhood and down a long set of stairs, the group found themselves in front of an old temple beneath the ground and met with the head of the dig there. And with a bit of explanation from Cathona and the head of the dig, learned that there were murals here similar to the ones they had seen in that first expedition into the tunnel down in the Cretes, underneath the Cretes neighborhood. And the head of the dig was persuaded enough to pass on those places. And now the group has 4 locations from one of these ancient murals, 3 that have that were marked with geometric designs, and the 4th a bit larger, although similar design as well. After a bit of looking into the side rooms here down in the first temple, there was one that still had magical enchantments still alive in it, and that is where our group headed. And deciding to poke the bear, as it were, Acacia, using her bracers of the cosmos, activated them, catching the attention of the defenses put up in this room. The golden face of Adranosar shifting into a large construct with spinning blades that was there seemingly to defend, as well as an arcane cannon as part of those defenses. The group was able to defeat the ancient construct and destroy the cannon to stop any danger from this room happening, but not before Udia was knocked unconscious. And although it was the end of the battle here in this room, and she was brought back up by Winnie shortly after, there is a bit of looking around, trying to gather yourselves as Cathona tells you all just how crazy you are. And that's where we start our session today, here in this room with a closed door after the explosion of the large construct.
Well, you all do keep it interesting here, don't you? I gotta say, I like it. Poke it with a stick indeed.
I mean, I think that's kind of the place that we're at now. It's gonna take a lot of poking with a lot of sticks.
Next time, can we try Mage Hand first?
I think, that wouldn't have worked.
I think
Okay? No, everybody's not okay.
we're all alive, and I guess I figured that the magic in this room was going to respond to the bracers. I think they're linked, and it's probably going to be that way with every one of these ruins that we go to. I think that's probably going to be the way that things are going to have to get poked from here out.
Oh, bother.
At least we know, and we can be more prepared.
True. Forewarned is forearmed or something like that. Do you need to rest, Uria? Are you okay?
I'm fine. My back hurts. Those explosions, they were hefty.
Yeah, that's kind of an understatement. But I'm happy we're all okay. So where do we go from here? Because it seems like these ruins are all over the place.
We go down. This was guarding something. We go down. But maybe we want to rest a little bit before we go down? I don't know if this was keeping something in or out.
It does seem for at least a little bit of investigation, one way or the other.
Which way were the heads facing again?
So the head is what turned into that large construct after the plates kind of shifted around and the blades shot out of it. But it was facing away from the door that you came in towards. There was kind of a podium-esque kind of it almost kind of looked like something that you'd find in a mausoleum or near a mausoleum or in a cemetery.
Can we investigate that structure?
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Okay, I will.
I'll help Winnie.
Somebody can give me some guidance?
Udi is helping, so you can go ahead and roll with advantage.
Okay.
I also have guidance, so I will help in my own little way.
You can do guidance too.
All right, 23 without the D4. If we add a D4, 26.
26. Very nice.
You see everything.
We've discovered a new civilization.
Yeah.
Few skills, but that's one of them.
So looking around here at this, little structure, there's kind of 4 pillars with the arches along each of the sides. There is old iron bars that are covering the 4 arches here. You can see through those bars into what looks like a very, very steep staircase behind them, and it encloses an area that's not very big, maybe 10 by 10 or 15 by 15, no more than 15 by 15. But there is a very, very steep staircase behind these bars. And with a 26, you can just wipe your finger on. There's quite a bit of rust there. It is very corroded. This is not metal that has been enchanted to last the ages, or if it was, it has since been dispelled. And so you can tell, kind of with a little bit of a push, that the locks on them are mostly dust, mostly rust, broken. It would be easy enough to get through these iron bars. Besides that, you don't see a lot of iconography or symbolism or symbols or writing. This seems to be quite blank compared to the rest of the murals and the decoration that you've seen in the 2 underground areas that you've been to so far.
Do I feel any draft coming up, or do I hear anything coming up from the stairs?
Specifically, you don't feel a draft or hear anything coming up from the stairs. No,
And how far down the stairs can I see?
Whatever the extent of your dark vision is at this point.
I'm standing next to her.
Yeah, and I can pop up some dancing lights.
Okay.
Yeah, Winnie, could you do that? Like, back in my younger days, my dark vision was like so good, but I could see out like it's not even in the player's handbook. It's something that's how good it was. But these days, my eyesight's not so good, so I could really use some lights.
Yeah, I can maintain them until I have to do something else.
I gave myself a concussion with how hard I rolled my eyes at that.
Okay, so the lights plop, kind of bloop, bloop, bloop out and get sent down the stairs. Udia, if you're standing right there with your super long dark vision, go ahead and roll a perception check also. Nine. Okay. You do see that there is an end to this, about 120 feet-ish. Hard to get an exact distance though, but you can see that it does stop. It doesn't seem to continue beyond that. But that'd be all you guys see at this point.
Can I pop out Owl?
Sure.
We're currently in the form of a spider.
That's right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, absolutely.
Just send him down there and say, see what you can find. I won't be able to be with you past 100 feet, but go down, poke around, and come back. So I'm just going to sort of send him going while we try to figure out how to fix Uria.
Owl is the spider, kind of gives that little like spider leg, front leg wave and starts going
Give
down.
him a little tickle under his chin. It's going to be okay, buddy.
Go ahead and roll a perception check for Owl.
For Owl. All right, let me see here. Oh, I do actually have him here, and that is just a wisdom.
Yeah, just whatever the wisdom mod would be if there's not a special add for perception.
13.
13, okay. And how far did you want to send Owl down this?
I want to send him down at least 120 feet. If it seems to stop, maybe 100 up to 140 and come back, I guess.
I would say you can get Owl down to about 115, 110 feet or so before also seeing this steep staircase all the way down, and then just seems to end. And with that perception check, you see that there's rubble here. It doesn't seem to end in a flat wall or not necessarily unintentionally. You can't tell intentionality, but it is at least something seems to have crashed in or fallen in. There's rocks and rubble here. With that perception check, though, Owl does see a bit of writing chiseled into the wall here.
Can I see through Al, or is he too far?
You can see through Owl at any distance. I
Cool.
believe 120 is the range for communicating with Owl. So I think
Okay.
we're within range here for being okay with that.
Right. So what am I?
What languages does Winnie speak?
Oh, let me look. She speaks Common, Elvish, and Goblin. She can also pop a comprehend languages if she needs to.
Go ahead and just roll like a general intelligence check for me here, as you can look through Owl's eyes and see this writing here on this stairwell.
11.
11. Okay.
Winnie miffed it.
You can get part of this. You can tell that it seems to be some sort of ancient form of goblin. And you can pick out a couple of words. You do see attack, giant, and then there's a word you don't recognize, and beasts. You see temple, no longer safely guarded. And then you can't tell what's next from there. And the armor of the shining, this world is what it ends with. So it's a bit choppy in what you can see, but you do understand some of it.
The armor of the shining and then this world. I do relay that to the group, and if I can communicate with Al, I guess I'll ask Al to see if the rubble completely blocks the passage or if there's any space for us to squeeze through.
You are able to tell this seems to completely block this tunnel, yeah.
There's no way to get through. I relay that to the group, and I picture Al having rappelled down on a spider web.
Yeah, there you go.
And I ask Al to kind of come back.
Now it does. No problem.
I have a question.
Sure, what is it?
Since I'm so attuned with water, can I tell what the humidity is like down here?
Ooh, sure. Go ahead and roll a wisdom or perception check. Or sorry, wisdom or perception. Oh man. Let's call it perception or nature check for that.
Oh, come on. A 5.
A 5. Yeah, hard to tell. Hard
Right.
to tell. Feels pretty dry, but it's hard to tell specifically beyond that.
Okay. Since I can tell it's pretty dry, would Uria have any sort of understanding on the corrosion of metals?
I would say maybe a bit, but go ahead and roll a history check on that. Just a general history check to represent if you've done any study into that.
Well, 21.
Oh, 21, yeah. Generally speaking, it was with your time with the Shari that, how water affects things is something that is pretty studied, whether it be natural materials, metallic materials, clays or building materials. Yeah, how water affects it is actually kind of studied. And so generally there would need to be at least a little bit of moisture in the air for rusting to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, generally speaking, yeah.
I have a feeling there's a river down there.
Yeah, and the way looks blocked, but I feel like that's the way we should go. I don't know if we can clear that rubble or find a workaround.
I'm sure we can find a way to clear it.
I'll leave that
Going back.
to sturdy types. I don't know. I don't have anything to help with that. But Gloriel is super strong, so
I'm going to go ahead and try to break the bars so that we could go down if we wanted to. I don't know if I need to make a check for that or if it's just given enough time, I could definitely do it.
I would say, given the state of the locks, given enough time, you could do it. It's they're at this point they're old, and so grabbing them both and giving a nice big push will get at least one of them open out of the four.
Okay. Well, if we want to go down and check things out in person, we can now.
Do we want to take a breather before we do? We don't know what's down there.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I think that might be smart.
Sure.
I mean, Winnie doesn't have a scratch on her, but the rest of y'all look a little rough.
Yeah, I'm fine, but yeah, no, you do look a little bit winded there, Maria.
So we short rest then?
Do you want me to cast Cure Wounds on you, Yuria?
She's fine. She's like, I'm only down like 10 hit points.
Oh, you looked worse than that.
Yeah. She's just, my back hurts.
Well, I mean, if you feel like you're capable, we can trek on. Just wanted to make sure you were okay before we did so.
Yeah. I should be fine.
Onward then.
There's no harm in taking a little breather. Why don't we rest for just a moment?
That sounds like a plan.
Okay.
I'll just kind of like plop down on the ground and kind of like itch my neck and just sit there.
Everybody kind of gathers a little space for themselves to rest here in this chamber. Is there anything anybody particular wants to do during the rest, or we're just kind of resting to get everything back up to
Well,
a little more full?
while the others are resting, Winnie doesn't really need to rest. So while
Mhm.
the others are resting, she's going to get out her crafting supplies and her little tinkering set, and she's going to make a little finger puppet doll,
Okay,
a little
got it.
yellow bear, and she's going to take out her little tinkering tools, and then she's going to approach the professor. And so she spends probably 30, 40 minutes.
Okay.
She's pretty crafty.
Sure.
Get the hot glue, you know.
I'm in the middle of reading one of those books that I got from the other session.
Okay. Hey, Professor,
Hey, what's up?
I just wanted to tell you that I took to heart what you said a few days ago when we were at those sort of rented houses, and I want to show you what I made.
Oh, lovely.
And she shows him a little finger puppet that's a little crafty. She's not too bad. She's a little crafty. Little finger puppet, a little yellow bear. And it says of its own accord, not Winnie saying it, it says of its own accord, remember, you're braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, and smarter than you think.
Wow. Can I see it? Does it fit on my finger? I have tiny.
It probably fits on a couple of your fingers when he's a bugbear, so it's kind of
Right.
big. Yeah,
Right.
it says the same thing for you.
Oh, hello. I give a little pat on the head, and then I hand it back.
It only says that, but
Well, sometimes that's all you need to hear, right?
yeah. Thanks for the idea.
Thumbs up.
When he tucks it away, puts it away inside her cloak so it's protected. Puts Al. She'll tuck Al inside with him too. You guys keep cozy.
You see the little fuzzy spider kind of dance as you're putting Owl in a nice, comfy spot.
You know, I've been thinking about having a pet for so long now, but between all the traveling and the grandkids, I just can't really find the time for it. You know?
They're a lot to keep up, and they're expensive.
Are they?
Mhm.
Well, I wasn't talking about a familiar, just like, a little dog or something.
Well, even those you have to feed.
Yeah, true.
My family never really had any pets. We had farm animals that were useful, but we didn't have any. We even had farm dogs, but they had a purpose,
Yeah. I grew up near like the coast, so there weren't really dogs. It was a lot of seagulls and what birds are there where I grew up? Or is it just birds? It's just birds. Don't worry what kind of birds. It doesn't matter.
I don't know a lot of birds anyway, so
Good, because then I don't have to tell you what kind they are.
I know we have crows and ravens.
Yeah, anyway, there were a lot of birds, and there was in like the forest there was foxes. And are you a cat or a dog? Like, come on, man, just make up your mind. I can't. They're too. I don't like them. They're too indecisive. You gotta like. I don't know what to expect. Like when there's a cat and it doesn't like me, I just stay away from it and it's fine. And then like when I see a dog, dogs always love me, right? Because they're dogs. And then a fox is just like, I can't tell. I don't know.
Yeah, well, we have so many unique animals here. I understand that that's not true everywhere, I'm told. We have so many unique animals here, but they're mostly big and scary.
Well,
But
I'm sure in my younger years they would have been no trouble for me. But these
No,
days
I
I'm
don't-
glad to have all y'all around.
maybe our moorbounders will grow up big and strong, and we have credit so we can get some more.
Sounds great.
That'll be fun if we can ever come back. When he sort of looks down, a little concerned.
Yeah, I kind of like put my hand on Winnie's hand and just kind of tap, tap, tap. And can I use my many abilities to create cups of water to create like a thin layer of cold water on my skin?
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Udia comes and gets nice water refreshing glass of water for everybody. While doing so, everybody can kind of see a small layer of water, creating a bit of a bubble layer, kind of like a reverse bubble layer around Udia. Kathona, as you do. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Do you need to stay moist? Do you need us to help spritz you sometimes?
Gabby is laughing. I'm trying really hard not to like burst out. Actually, that would be really helpful.
Okay.
It's very dry down here.
All right. Well, I can see what I can make with my tinkering tools. I should be able to make a spritzer or something. Can one you make a mechanical spritzer?
I'd say given some time and maybe a little bit more materials than are available down here, spritzer is definitely in the realm of what an artificer can
All
do.
right. I have an idea of something I could make to help. And, when I get some time and get some other metals and things, and she'll look around to see if there's anything she can kind of scavenge and start using. But I have an idea. I'm going to work on it. Okay.
Actually, there are quite a few gears and pieces of metal and odd mechanical pieces here that were shrapnel from this ancient construct as it
All right.
exploded.
Winnie
So
will
that actually, might be
Yeah.
okay. If you want to roll an investigation check, let's we could see what it looks like when you try and look for specific parts and pieces for this device.
All right. 27.
27, even better this time. You can go through and pick out. You start to draw the blueprints in your head and kind of visualize what this device will look like. And as you do, you can kind of almost look into the pile of nuts and bolts and gears and mechanical pieces of this broken down construct. And it's almost as you're looking at them, one will not with a magical sense, but will kind of light up for you. And oh, that's what I need. And you go and we'll say you collect all the pieces needed to make a mechanical spritzer when a little bit more time is available.
All right. And, I'll work on that. I haven't solved a puzzle like this since I was living with my family on the farm. It feels good to do something original. Thank you.
Before the rest is done, Cathona goes and sits next to Acacia and kind of looks as Acacia's sitting there resting. And, it would seem you have the key to this place. And kind of gives a nod towards the bracers.
Yeah, it appears so.
What are they like?
It's strange. I've heard stories of pieces of armor and weapons with this sense of power to them, and I've just never held anything like that in my hands before. Just heard stories from people I know. And there's this strange sense that I get that even the power that I feel from them now is nowhere near what they're capable of if I could just understand them better. Like something inside is sleeping.
That does suggest great power. And if they're tied to this place, there's no question. Be careful. It will make you a target, Acacia. If you're not one already.
I already feel like I am. And I'm going to say that and just get a gauge of her reaction to that.
Okay. Sure. Go ahead and roll an insight check.
18.
18, okay. You don't get a sense that when she says that mentioning that you're a target makes you think in any way that you are her target. There is a little bit being held back, though, that you can tell. Maybe a bit of guilt. But beyond that, it's not not a hostile guilt, not a one that seems aggressive. But there is something there.
I told you before, I was cautious initially with bringing you along for the ride, as it were, with my concerns of the den and the target that I felt was already present.
That is understandable.
I get the sense that you already know of targets that are present.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check on that one.
Another 18.
Oh, very nice. Well, I think that we had the right plan to come down here and see what happened when you interacted with these things. Knowing that you're a target allows us to try and bring to light the events that led to this. I believe, at this point, with what the group has shared, that you all have been trustworthy. But to speak frankly, there are not very many people who have the information about what is in this temple, about the ancient past beneath Asarius, and yet still the information got out to those who were not a part of the city, that allowed for those that you saw to complete that ritual. We do believe that there are those still out there looking for those bracers, and in bringing you down here, this may bring them to light.
So do you know, or just have the impression that us being sent down here was a way to get us away from a potential informant?
I believe it may be a little bit easier to find out if there are any here who have been working on this temple, to find out if they were involved.
Controlling the stream of information.
Yes. I am sorry for the slight deception.
I won't lie. I had my suspicions that that was the case. The minute that we were even asked to come down here, I had my suspicions about the true intention. But if it seems as though this is the best way to keep us safe, or I guess the bracers safe, then I guess it works. And if there is, I guess, residual positive effects from that, then that's good too.
I think your group and those braces are now intertwined. And the next steps can be decided from here, once we get out of this place. I hope you at least find the trip worth it.
I hope so as well. But we need to find out what's on the other side of that rubble.
Perhaps we should get to it then. Cracks his knees and stands up.
And I will simply say, through all of this, Gloriel sat down to try to, clearly meditating. And at first, you might think, wow, that's really something that she could, she meditates like that and is so calm and peaceful after the fury she's shown in combat. But, if you pay more attention, you'd see that it's a little twitchy, and it's not really fully. Yeah, she's not really meditating. She's trying, but she's not quite there.
Yeah, I was gonna say trying to meditate over meditating.
I'm just picturing Gloriel just like sitting there and like her meditation isn't just calm and peaceful, but it's just like screaming.
It would probably help her to do that.
That's how barbarians meditate. That's just the way to go.
Makes sense.
So everybody can mark a short rest. Use any hit dice that are needed, and we can move forward from there. Kthona looks around to the group. Well, shall we travel down these stairs and see what awaits us?
Sure.
Let's go.
The group heads down the staircase here. Not very far. Just takes maybe a minute or two to get to the bottom. The stairs don't seem to stop. The rubble, it's not like the stairs stop and there's a path and then there's rubble. The rubble is on the stairs, on the stairwell here when you get down to the bottom. Now that the whole group is here, you can see these words etched into the wall. They seem not scratched in, and not hastily done. There does seem to be a bit of tooling evident. It is not something that is just haphazardly done. There was intention behind it. There's a bit of time spent on doing it nicely, but it is the only kind of writing or decoration or embellishment of any kind in the staircase.
Well, did anyone have any ideas? Magical tricks of the like, or shall I start hauling?
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't have anything that can help. I have mage hand, maybe.
Would I think that like the stone is loose enough to get shoved by a thunder wave, or no?
It's pretty tightly packed. It's of some large, some small. It's pretty sturdy.
I'll pick up a boulder and start taking it upstairs.
Yes, I'm going to start as well. As people want to talk, keep doing it, but Gloriel's just going to start doing her thing.
Yeah, I can make the floating disc to help cart rubble away. I can do that.
So when he gets the disc for Udia and Gloriel to start loading up onto, moving the rocks up to the main chamber as you continue. How about Acacia and the Professor?
I'm gonna just stay like 30 feet behind the front-ish.
Kind of up on the steps a bit.
I don't really have anything to help, but I'm going to stay close just in case something comes through.
Sure. And it's not just large boulders. There is small stuff too.
I can help with the small stuff.
Got it. Gloriel and Udia, since you two are the kind of main drivers of the pulling up of the rubble here, go ahead and roll an athletics check, just generally representing how that goes.
It's 22 for me.
Nice.
I hate everything. It was a 19 and then it turned into a 1.
Ooh, ouch. Okay.
Alas.
Can I drop the piece of rubble on the professor instead of on myself?
No. So, and what I'll say is that, it's not something that's causing damage, but what it is that you feel so uncomfortable. The water that you have created as a bit of a layer is helping, but there's still kind of this uncomfortability with the rash that is overtaking your body and having a hard time even just mustering the strength to move across and up these stairs. I'd say Gloriel gets probably 2 to 3 large rocks and stones up to your 1 with how uncomfortable it is to move.
Acacia, can you look at this rash?
Yeah, I can see what I can figure out about it.
Yeah, you can go ahead and roll medicine check or medicine or investigation. Either of those would be appropriate.
I'm gonna guide myself because I'm Ooh, okay. Plus the guidance. Heck yeah. Be a go back. That'd be a 24.
Oh, very good. You can easily, very quickly see that the rash that Udia has seems to be originating for parts of her that are touching the metallic arm.
It's something related to this, and just gonna point towards the arm.
What? I always wear this.
Something about it now is not agreeing with you.
That's weird. It's really itchy though.
Well, I guess it's a compromise if you want to make it.
Yeah, I guess. We'll see if we can, or if I can find something else wherever we go.
I'm sure we will. Besides, we've got a lot of different places to go, so I'm sure we can find something.
Yeah.
So after about, we'll say, 45 minutes to an hour, a good 8 to 10 feet of rubble has been cleared down these stairs, and seems to be more. Don't see any signs of holes through or getting to a surface at this point. How long would the group spend trying to continue down here at this point with the rubble?
L'Oreal's stubborn, so she's going to keep going until someone else says to stop.
Want me to send Al to see how thick it is? How long the rubble goes?
Well, there's no holes. Yeah, so it's still just a solid.
Not even a spider-sized hole. Oh.
Not even a spider-sized hole. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep going until it's like unbearable.
Hey, even if we have to sleep in the tunnel, I'm sure we can manage.
L'Oreal and Udia, go ahead and give me another athletics check for the second shift here of moving up some of the rubble.
D&D Beyond hates me today. 9.
Uh-oh.
Natural 1 for a total of 8.
Ooh, so a little bit slower this time. Udia and L'Oreal both feel the burning muscles as the first 45 minutes to an hour starts to wear on them as they are continuing to move through. Man, that's, I think, a natural 1 on each of them, on each of the sets of them. Another hour passes by. We're at the 2-hour mark here, and clearing at this point, there is finally, on this last big boulder that Udia is moving, places it onto the floating disc when he has. And you can see now that this last piece is flat. It moves into kind of a tunnel, or at least a flat ground area here, indicating that there is at least an end to the stairwell.
But there's more rubble.
There is more rubble to clear, yeah. So it's up to the group if you would like to keep going. We're at 2 hours here of clearing rubble out from this room.
Yeah, particularly if we see signs of an end. L'Oreal's all in.
Okay. So go ahead and the two of you can roll one final athletics check here for how long this last bit is going to take.
10.
25.
Oh, better this time. No natural ones this time either. Another 20 minutes pass, bringing it to about 2 hours, 15 minutes, 2.5 hours. It's a little bit hard to tell exactly how much time has passed. But after Udia and Gloriel spend another significant amount of time clearing away the rubble here, you can see that there is about 15 feet of ground. The stairs end, and then 15 feet of ground here, and then there's a wall. And this wall has an archway, and this archway itself is filled in, almost as if this used to open to something else, but somebody through stoneworking and masonry has filled it in. And you can see the same message that was up earlier in the tunnel, now above the door as well. And or at least not the door, but the archway. And Winnie, you kind of have the same broken translation from Goblin that you noticed before. But in the center of this this former doorway that's filled in with stone and building material, there is a symbol etched in. And it matches the symbol that was drawn on the map that make sure I get the name right here. That Cronlin, the head of the dig, had showed the group. That those symbols, those 4 symbols, were the ones spread across Asarius: Schottengrad, Onkrell, and Yogvril. And here on this archway, they are carved in and closed.
Does it look like it was, I'm assuming, probably not carved any level of recent, given the rubble in the way?
No, doesn't. Yeah, even just with passive investigation, you're able to tell it's old. It seems to be as old as the phrase, this writing that is written here.
Question: are the names that are engraved, they're the old names of the places that they used to be, right?
Well, it wasn't necessarily even names. What the head of the dig was kind of describing was they saw these locations, started doing research into those areas, and figured what seemed to be the most likely spot, given its location on the map and what they could tell about those locations. With Yogvril, it was a very old outpost underground where nobody knew the origins of. With Onkorel, it was Kael Moro. Being underneath the city, with the ruins of Schottengrad being a Age of Arcanum city. It's kind of a, not specific names, just what they had determined. And Winnie, now that you're down here with this phrase again, go ahead and roll another intelligence check.
Just straight intelligence?
Just straight intelligence, yeah.
15.
15, a little bit better. That broken goblin language seems to just be eating away the back of your head, and you're spending a little bit of time trying to figure out how it works, and you kind of pick up that it's like a transposing of the structure of the sentence. You can it almost starts to move around in your head a bit, and you get this all of a sudden kind of light bulb moment. Oh, if we move this here and this here, I think I can translate it. And you look up now above this archway, seeing the a bit larger engraved here. And you can put it together now, the full message. And you read above, it says, "The Kul Tavir attack with their giant reptilian beasts, and this temple can no longer be safely guarded. It will be made one with the land, so that the armor of the Shining One cannot be returned to this world."
I'll relay that to the group.
Seems like the armor's already here.
Would the Shining One ring any bells?
Not specifically. Not specifically. I would say you could roll a history check to see if things that seem similar, but I would say that the Shining One in particular, it doesn't ring a specific bell.
21.
21, sure. So the things that come to mind are religious in nature. There's the Everlight. There's the Luxon. Those are both deities that are centered around the theme of light and just the duality of light and dark in creation stories and in how Exandria came to be with some of the gods almost representing the side of good, the side of light, and some of them representing things that were more dark. So not anything specific, but it does kind of reminisce of these, very powerful ancient beings, and especially having spent time in Asarius here, learning about their ways and learning about the Luxon. There's a little bit of a kind of feeling of it, connecting, but not necessarily being the same thing.
Would I have any knowledge on champions, morals championing gods?
Like champions of the gods?
Yeah.
I would say rolling into that history check, yeah, you would know of champions of the gods and of that concept, and in particular, during the calamity, that many of the gods took champions and used them to help fight against the other side, and it was on both sides that there were champions, both good and bad.
I wonder if this is what this is. The armor of some champion of a god or something.
The Shining One, I mean, especially if we're talking champions of gods, that definitely sounds like a champion of the Everlight.
Or the Luxon.
Yeah, I don't know. Has Winnie heard of anything like that?
Or the Stormbringer.
Yeah, I feel like most all the gods would refer to themselves as the Shining Ones or the champions of the Shining Ones.
Like the Raven Queen wouldn't.
Yeah, there's some that wouldn't, but I don't think it narrows it down much.
Yeah, we have like a 50-50 here.
Yeah, I feel like that's the case.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The Luxon keeps getting brought up as a god. Through Acacia's studies, she hasn't heard of the Luxon as a god, as far as between the gods and the betrayer gods. Something isn't clicking for her with the Luxon as being an actual deity, more a concept. Mm-hmm. Is that something because I don't think she's ever heard of the Luxon prior to this. Mm-hmm. So is that trail of thought, does that make sense to her?
It kind of, sorry, go ahead.
I was saying, I feel like L'Oreal will actually speak up here as well and say that, well, I mean, the Luxon aren't really the same as your prime deities. They would not have. They weren't involved in the calamity in the same sense, as far as I know. And please do speak up.
And yeah, that is certainly true. What Gloriel said, and what Acacia's been picking up is that there is certainly a almost parallelness to the divinity of the Luxon. You've passed by a temple of the Luxon. There are priests of the Luxon. There are those who are devoted. They've devoted their life to the Luxon, and in that sense, they seem like a divine being or a divine god, like the rest of them. But at the same time, some of the things that has been described about the Luxon aren't quite the same. There's not the stories of the calamity or the Luxon being trapped behind the divine gate. There's not those stories of how a champion came to be, or fought with them, or fought for them, or there's not any kind of connection in those ways. But there is a talk of the Luxon being the light, of the Luxon being gathered, of the Luxon being a conscious entity that was looking for answers about itself. And so I would say Acacia has this almost sense of being God adjacent and being worshipped as a god, but there certainly are things that make the Luxon unique. And this being a temple that has early depictions of some of those really important artifacts, that, yeah, I would say there's a little bit of a trail there for sure.
Well, I think we're here. Maybe there's another piece.
Only one way to find out.
Who are we gonna sacrifice?
Maybe we don't need to.
At this point, Cathona is kind of at the back of the group on the stairs, chimes in. Did you see anything down under the ground when you were underneath the cleats? That looked like this, that looked like it might be connecting to this?
Actually, yeah. Yeah, there was a whole tunnel on the opposite side of the altar where we found the people dying that was collapsed in. Right? I'm not going crazy.
No, you're not going crazy. Just, what do you think the chances are that this was the original entrance to where you all were at, however many days ago it was?
Pretty plausible, I would say.
So conceptually, if we broke through here, we would be right back where we were a few days ago. Is that the idea that I'm understanding?
It seems like it might be a possibility.
From what we remember, other than that corridor with the collapsed rubble in it, was there more to the temple that we didn't explore?
So from the main room that the group had gone down into, it was kind of very open, almost similar to that main hall that you were in here at the first temple. There was a hall that led down, and it teed. On the left of that T, and then down a bit more, was the chamber that you all had interrupted the ritual to bring back the bracers. And to the right was a tunnel that was collapsed, and there was a bunch of rubble. Beyond that, I believe there was one similar doorway, like an archway that had been in a very similar way closed with stone and masonry, and closed off. But besides that, it didn't seem like there was, a huge amount of stuff to explore beyond that.
Well, if it was closed off on both ends, what's in the middle?
It's something we could find out.
So do we see light at the end of this rubble tunnel?
No. Right now, you're just at a wall with the archway, having been filled in. It would take kind of breaking through at this point to get past this archway.
Oh, so it's another sealed doorway.
Right, exactly. Yeah. If this is more than we want to try and get into right now. We can go back up and report what we found. We've made far more progress than they've made in the same amount of time here. Than they normally make up top, at least. Usually it's quite a bit slow going. But we can always have authorized, of course, others join to help with this excavation. If we did find the entrance to what you had all found before, or different entrance, then this may allow us to go in and see those murals and gather the information that you had found before.
This wall will not beat me.
Well,
So just it's a wall and not another rubble pile.
Right, exactly. So we've cleared out all the rubble. We're now, it's 15 feet of flat kind of hallway, and then it's regular wall with the inscription over kind of what was an archway leading into something else, and that archway has been filled in with stone and masonry, but not rubble.
Okay, I, Elizabeth, had no expectation of this working, but Gloria's going to take a running shoulder tackle at it, try to bust through it.
Okay, got it. I'd say
Go
just
full Kool-Aid man.
Just roll a man. We'll call that an unarmed attack. Yeah, an unarmed attack. I guess. Go ahead and roll an unarmed
Okay.
attack against the wall.
Should I rage? And it's a 12.
A 12. Okay. Gloria.
Worth a try.
What would you say is the largest animal Udia has seen?
Oh, that's a good question. Probably, if you're asking the reason that I think you're asking, that would be within that range. Probably like a brown bear, I would say.
Okay. Yeah, I don't. Would a brown bear be stronger? I feel like it has claws, so I guess that could help. Yeah.
Or maybe something that burrows under.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking like maybe like a badger or something.
Yeah, something like that. Or what are the are badgers the things that burrows under? That burrow under?
Moles? Like moles?
Mole? Like a mole?
Like a mole? Okay.
Maybe I can turn it to a human.
Badgers also have a burrow speed
Do they? Okay.
as the metagaming pigeon.
Maybe somebody else to go through or something.
All right. Okay. So can I request to get turned into a honey badger?
Yeah, honey badger.
Honey badger don't give a fuck.
Yeah, hey, a giant badger is within the challenge rating you're looking for, so we can absolutely flavor that as a giant honey badger for sure.
Hell yeah. So, okay, I'm going to use one of my wild shapes, and I'm going to get incredibly itchy, and I'm just like, I can't do this anymore. And then I just turn into a badger.
And in a very kind of wriggling transformation for the first time, everybody sees Uria take the form of a giant honey badger.
I just kind of like look around. And then I start digging.
Okay. Are you trying to dig into the ground or through the archway?
Yeah, I wanna see if I can go into the ground and under try to go under the wall rather than going through it.
Okay. I would say go ahead and roll. Let's call it an attack roll with the giant badger to see if you can, with a strong hit, pull it apart.
Mama, I'm trying to play D&D, please. Okay. Is that an attack?
Mm-hmm.
Don't fuck me. Yes! 21.
21, okay. You are able to kind of get out one of the pieces of stone that's on the ground. You're able to take the badger claws and just kind of like scratch away at the rock until you can get a grip, and you lift it up, and it's probably like a 2x2 stone, not a tile, it's bigger than a tile, but it does expose some of the ground underneath it. It is a very rocky soil down here at this point.
We're going burrowing.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an athletics check here at this point. Now that you're past the stone, to get a giant badger hole, and how quickly you can do that.
11.
11. Okay. So it does take a little bit of time. You kind of have to squeeze through this hole, but you are able to get through, and you start burrowing 20, 30 feet. You feel like you are now kind of underneath where the other side of the archway might be, at least safely, given that you don't really know the thickness of that stone blockage.
Thicker than
Okay.
one L'Oreal.
We're going up.
Yeah, right. Okay. You start to, and you feel stone again. Feel like it's the same kind of stone that is from what you pulled up in the hall before. Go ahead and roll an attack roll on this stone to see if you can push it up.
An 8.
An 8. Okay. You go push up with your large badger paws. Not able to push it. Yeah. You can go ahead and make one more attack roll, but it will be a higher DC this time on it.
Okay. 19.
19, definitely better. With the slow move on this last bit, the group has probably 20 to 30 minutes where Udia has gone in and burrowed. But with a 19, you're able to push over the stone, and you emerge in a tunnel that looks very similar to the one the group just came from. And you look down, and you can see about 40 feet off in the distance more rubble. But there is a difference in this bit of hallway here after the arch. You see more murals, not the 40, 50 foot tall murals that you saw in the first temple, or in the one that was underneath the creeks that you first visited. Not giant, but 10 feet tall, the size of the floor to the roof here. And just looking here very quickly with your badger eyes, you can see very similar images to what the other murals held, the ones that were still there that you had seen in underneath the creeks. Did you want to hang out in here and take a look, or head back to the group at this point to retrieve them for your little hole?
I am going to get back and itch my ear with my back paw,
Okay.
and then grab Acacia and Winnie and just kind of pull them.
Okay. So I would say you all see a giant honey badger pop back out of the hole, and both Acacia and Winnie feel it starting to grab at them, urging them to move through this hole.
I will
Winnie
follow.
is small for a bugbear, but she's still a bugbear. Somebody might have to push from behind.
Oh boy. Okay.
We might have a getting stuck in the honeypot situation.
I know. I wasn't gonna say it, but that's immediately what came to my head.
Yeah, I'm not exactly. I'm smaller than a bugbear, but I'm not as limber as your average bugbear, probably. So you may have a Winnie the Pooh and rabbit thing going on there too.
I would say with a little bit of squeezing through, the giant badger hole would be big enough for the two of you to get through without too much.
I can do a
trouble.
little, like, like a little increase.
Sure.
I can just, like,
Sure.
butterfly through.
And Professor, what about you? Are you heading through too? Maybe am I?
He fell asleep.
I
think so.
was legitimately gonna say the exact same thing.
All right. Well, when you have a second, we'll see if the professor wants to head with the group through the hole here. But
sorry, my dog
With
was
seniors,
barking
they
at the
just fell
neighbors.
asleep.
oh, there we go.
and I had to stop him. Yeah, I just missed like 30 seconds. What's up?
For sure. Are you heading down into the tunnel with the rest of the group, or staying on this side?
No, I'll head down.
Okay.
I don't want to be isolated.
Sure. So with the professor and Chthona leading up the rear here, everybody enters into this chamber here. There's about 30 to 40 feet of tunnel before there is more rubble. And this hallway is similar to the one that you just came from, except that there are quite a few scenes on the wall here that show... now that you all are in here, you see mostly fighting on these murals. There's small bits of paint that just flecks here and there that are still on these murals, but you can see almost like a layer of colorful dust on the ground, where a lot of it has just kind of over the centuries fallen off and hit the ground. But you do see that these murals primarily are scaled humanoids and golden skin humanoids fighting against each other. And it's a variety of types of scenes. Some are full armies fighting against each other. Some are just smaller, one-on-one, one gold-skinned humanoid versus one of the scaled humanoids. There is, however, before it gets through the rubble, on the left side of this hallway, there is one where it is just one figure standing triumphant over another who is laying on the ground. It's not a fight. It is something already victorious. And you all catch it really, really quickly, because this figure is wearing the bracers of the cosmos that Acacia is wearing as well.
What else is it wearing?
It is wearing very similarly,
Just bracers.
Yeah, I think that the group can kind of figure out that there is a very similarly designed breastplate, a very similarly designed set of boots and helmet as well. The helmet, though, you can see that right on the forehead, there is it is kind of an odd symbol. It is a semicircle upside down, almost like a crescent moon, but not quite, with a circle in that, a full circle that is in that, and a triangle. It looks like a very thin one, very thin base, and goes up to a point. A little bit different defining feature of the helmet versus some of the others.
Any recognition of the symbol whatsoever?
Ditto on that.
No.
Is there any writing?
No writing specifically. It is all images and murals.
I'm gonna just go out on a limb. I'm a historian. Maybe I know a little something
About
the images on the wall.
I would say you can roll a history check,
Sure.
and if you're like kind of just generally looking at the pictures on the wall and not a specific
Winnie,
thing.
Winnie, say something nice to me.
Yeah, can I look at this? Can I help?
I was talking about guidance, but yeah, that too.
Oh, you're wrong person.
So
do
Winnie,
you have guidance? I thought artificers had guidance.
Talk to one of the clerics.
Oh,
So I will
okay.
say Winnie can help with that though, so you can roll with advantage.
All right, I have a really, really good history, so when I roll advantage.
But I can help you with the history. I'm good at history too.
All right, that's a 20, and then that's a 13, so we're going with the 20.
Okay, got it. So with a 20, what you can kind of pick up here, and with the mention of Winnie telling the group what was above the archway with that translated phrase, and kind of everything that has happened so far, these seem to be mostly images of the Draenasar fighting. Those seem to be the gold-skinned ones.
Yes, the Draenasar, right.
And the scaled ones, although you're not very familiar with the Kul Tavir, you have heard of ancient lizard folk.
Sorry, say again?
You have heard tales of ancient lizard folk who were not reported to have cities that were as grand as some of the largest, grandest ones in the Age of Arcanum, but ones that were impressive nonetheless.
Okay. I convey all of that as I sort of mutter things going through the images. It comes out a bit piecemeal because I'm sort of processing it in a stream of consciousness kind of way, but all the information comes out.
And then Winnie's very interested in that specific symbol. She takes out her book and she copies it. And does she know anything about that symbol? And she wants to draw the professor's attention to it as well. What do you make of this symbol?
And you're talking the one that was on the helmet?
Yeah.
Not specifically. It doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah,
Sure, with the symbol, were there any colors, or was it all just one color?
It didn't seem to have any color here. It seemed to have all kind of flaked off at this one.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Has it been an hour?
Yeah, I don't think it would make the connection in character, but I heard the semicircle and the smaller circle, and I immediately thought of Captain Ruinous.
Has it been an hour?
An hour since?
Mm-hmm.
Since what?
Since I turned.
Not quite. I would say probably about 40, 45 minutes at this point.
Okay.
Yeah. Acacia, you seem drawn in by this image of the armored one. They're scaled. It's obvious that the person that they are standing over shares the same features as the others that do have gold on some of the other images. They also are wearing very, very nice armor. You can't tell if it's anything magical just from the image, but it does seem to be, at the very least, very important ceremonially. It is large, it is imposing, but it is on somebody who is on the ground. You stare at the eyes of this figure, almost like the image is staring back at you.
I'm gonna just try and channel what I can magically towards the bracers and just be like, Everlight, just give me a sign.
Go ahead and roll a religion check for that one.
Seven.
You say that and grab your symbol to the Everlight. And you feel, rather than see, a warm glow. But it is more of a reassurance than guidance. A reminder that she's there. There's no words or information to convey. But you do feel that stream of magic, that stream of energy between you and the bracers. You do feel almost pulled into this image, as if you could reach out and touch it and connect it with this circular this circular magic ley line that you almost feel going inside of you. That you could bring something into it, into its current.
This is going to sound really, really dumb. I'm going to try, and feeling this connection with the image, I'm going to attempt to cast Sending on this, trying to just connect with it.
And what do you say?
Show me. That's it. It's just show me. Like she feels like it's trying to communicate something, and she's just show me.
You hear a voice back in your head. Except it sounds like a voice and another voice together, imposed over each other, creating this odd effect of, even though this is being said in your head, you can feel it all around you. Well, that's very, very interesting.
As soon as that happens, as soon as she starts hearing it, she's just gonna go like, "Oh shit, the wall talked to me," like audibly.
I stop licking myself.
You continue to hear in your head. What have you found? Bring the braces to me, and you will be rewarded beyond your understanding. And that's it.
I get any kind of vibes off of this thing being malevolent?
I'd say you can roll an insight check, but given that it's just words and it's not something you're familiar with, I would say
That DC gonna be high. Okay. Come on. Good. 9.
9. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell.
I'm just gonna hold it in my chest that did not feel good. Because that did not feel good.
Everybody sees Acacia a bit tense, clasping the Everlight symbol.
There's a honey badger hugging you.
The image, whoever that is, they want the bracers. I don't know who or what just spoke to me. But it wants the bracers.
Well, that sounds spooky.
Said to bring it to him, but I mean, it doesn't say where. Not like I'm going to take it to them anyways, but a nice spot to avoid, I guess.
Did they say how to take it to them or where?
No, they just said bring it to me.
And who are they exactly?
I don't know. They didn't say. I felt like I felt drawn into the image, and I felt like I could reach out to it, and I did. And it spoke back, but it didn't tell me who or where, how, anything. It just said to bring it what I had, and it would reward me beyond my wildest dreams. And if I've learned anything, is that usually comes at a price.
Well, and it's not very specific, so I would at least get a little more specifics. And they're not very bright if they want the bracers and they didn't even tell you how to give them. I don't. This is not good.
I start pulling on Winnie's like magic book.
Mm-hmm.
Do you let it drop?
No, that book doesn't leave my hand.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep tugging at it.
You're in a tug of war with Winnie. It's not coming out of her hand.
I'm trying to communicate in badger form.
What? Let go of the book. What do you want?
You know, I
Shakes it.
can literally hook us up with telepathy, but I know that you don't like that, so I guess you're gonna have to use sign language.
I'm just like shaking the book.
Just do it. Just do it, Professor, please. She's going to rip my book to shreds. And
Okay, fine, I do it. We can all read each other's minds if we want. We just mark
Okay.
it off.
In your head, you hear like Badger Uriah screaming, "Cast detect magic!"
Let me see if I can. Oh, yeah, I can.
It's a ritual. If it's in your book, you can do it.
Yeah, it's a ritual, or I can do it. I'll just do it instantly. She seems so frantic. I cast detect magic. Okay, calm down. And don't ever touch my book again.
I have to communicate somehow.
Bite me on the ankle. Don't touch the book. And her eyes go a little bit like Gollum and the Precious when she says, "Don't touch the book."
All right.
And Winnie, you see the magical glow of all of the magic items of the group, things that you'd expect to see. Oddly, though, you see the glow from the braces of the cosmos. And they seem to be extending the magical glow from them to this image. It's not absorbing it. It doesn't seem to be growing in magical energy. It's not sucking the energy from it or anything like that. It just seems to have somehow included it in its glow, in the magical glow of the bracers. They seem connected.
The bracers seem to be including the image, or vice versa.
I would say with detect magic, it's a bit hard to tell. Go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
Arcana. Let's see. Not too bad at that. 23.
23. It seems that the bracers have connected this image to them.
Oh my God, Acacia, there's a link now. Are we okay with that? What does Winnie think about this?
With the way that the kind of magical glow is happening, there's not a pulling or a retracting of energy. It's something kind of new. It's very unique. Maybe depending on how Winnie feels about something that new, given the stakes of what are happening, it may be a little bit anxiety inducing or cause Winnie to be nervous. But it doesn't seem anything harmful in and of itself. Is just something that kind of catches your attention because that's pretty unique for that to happen.
And it's just connected with this mural now.
Yeah, it just seems like not even the whole mural, just the image of this person wearing the armor.
And does Winnie have any idea who this person is?
It's not familiar.
All right, she's going to relay that to the group.
Has it been an hour?
I would say we're about at an hour at this point, yeah.
Awesome. I like pop back and I go, that's not what I expected you to find.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah, me either. No, this
Oh,
isn't good. I can't see. Winnie's a chicken, so she's like, this isn't good. This isn't good. This isn't good. He's just now in the corner going, oh bother, oh bother, oh bother.
I'm going to cast Calm Emotions on Winnie.
That's a losing battle. You need it constantly.
Winnie, as if you had just reached in and pulled a full spoonful of honey and are eating it back home in the Crease neighborhood, you feel a sense of calm wash over you.
Oh, it's okay. Instant weed. All right.
You said it seemed like the bracers were connected to the image, not the image connecting to the bracers.
Yeah. And I guess it's still up. It lasts 10 minutes, so we can explore and I can describe. But did you get a sense from the being that it was a good witch or a bad witch? Which witch?
Nothing deep, just this surface gut feeling. I've heard stories, and just the idea of bring me this and I'll reward you. There's always strings attached.
Yeah. If your gut feeling is negative, then I don't know. Try moving down the hall. Move as far away from this mural as you can get, and I want to see what happens to the connection.
I'm gonna step as far back as I can.
As Acacia starts to step back, Winnie, you see 20 feet, 30 feet, still connected, but it is almost as if it's almost as like a piece of taffy that's being stretched out that gets thinner and thinner and thinner. The connection between the bracers and the image of this humanoid gets more and more stretched out thin until about 35, 40 feet, it finally snaps. And the magical glow around the image seems to be gone.
Okay, so it's not permanent. Now come back into range and let me see. Come back towards me. Let me see.
I'm gonna do just that.
You do so, but as you get closer, even within 5 feet of this image, it does not seem to connect again.
Okay. I think it was just a one-time thing. So, and maybe we should check these periodically, spot check from time to time. But for right now, I think you're in the clear.
I think that I made some kind of connection with magically communicating with it. And once I stepped away, then it broke.
Yeah, at about 30, 35 feet, it seemed to snap. But, as far as I understand, these connections, that being could maybe strengthen it. And, I maybe don't do that again until we know more. I mean, it's your bracers, so.
I mean, I am definitely in that understanding of not wanting to poke that bear again.
If you got a bad sense, maybe we need to keep all these things from that thing. I don't know. It's so confusing. And she just kind of sits down with her book. It's so confusing. She gets out her puppet and lets it give her a little pep talk.
I kind of sidle up to Professor and I just kind of go, thank you.
Thumbs up.
I thought she was going to see a portal. Not that. Weird. And I kind of just walk away from him.
there anything anybody else would like to do in here?
Not really. Acacia's kind of freaked out.
Yeah, let's move on. Forward or back, one or the other, but let's get out of this spot.
Cathona kind of speaks up from the back again. If you need to turn around, then the Alpha stands to send others down here to excavate the rest.
So now that we've come through the tunnel a bit, does Winnie, or she'll ask anyone else who maybe has a better sense of direction, have a sense that this is leading to the room we came from? Now that we have sort of a better sense of direction of where it is, are we more confident that that's what's going on?
I would say even with like passive investigations, Winnie in particular, because you're so familiar with Asarius and can kind of follow a little bit of the twists and turns of the staircase and where you might be, it seems like at least a pretty good probability, especially given now that there are murals actually carved into these walls that remind you of the larger ones where you were at before.
Does it seem like they're like telling a story? Like they're telling like a chronological story across the walls?
I would say it doesn't seem to be telling a story specifically, but it does seem to be creating a record of, and given the images on them, it's records of large battles, of fights of some sort, whether they are of armies or just individuals. These are records of battles.
Yeah, I was just trying to get like a sense, like if the records seem to be going like in a certain like chronological order to like piece together where we were at, and if that's it, kind of tap into the also if we're headed in that direction.
I see. It doesn't seem to be a specific chronological order. There doesn't seem to be any dates of any kind, and in most depictions, it's like different groups. You don't see very many connecting figures here. It's kind of hard to get a sense of time periods or anything. They do seem to all be wearing similar types of armor besides the one that you had seen that matches the bracers of the cosmos. It does seem to be that all of the scaled humanoids have similar types of armor. The gold-skinned humanoids have different but similar to each other types of armor. And that stays consistent throughout them. So I will say it doesn't seem like there's a chronological order, but it does seem they are all from the same time period.
I think our next step is finding this next ruin, which is going to entail us leaving the city.
Where do we want to go?
I'm up for a bit of travel.
So, trying to remember correctly, there's one in the Dwendalian Empire, there's one in Marquette, and there's one not far from Vasselheim.
There was 4 total. 3 of the ones that matched Asarius's spot, and it was Oncarel was the one in Marquette. The one in the Dwendalian Empire was in the Zemni Fields. It was underneath the ruins of Schottengrad, or kind of around the ruins of Schottengrad. There was Yugvaril in Taldore. That was near Craghammer in Taldore. And then the one that was very similar but larger was about 200 miles south of Vasselheim. Yes. Which was kind of 200 miles south of Vasselheim, went through a lot of land and then seemed to be about where the coast is, with some islands maybe. So it wasn't very clear if it was in the water, on the coast, or on an island.
I may have a way to get us closer to one of them, but it definitely would be costly, and whether financially or in a huge favor sense.
I could probably get us to Craghammer. Maybe Ankorel. Maybe.
Schadengrad's certainly the closest. Not sure how I feel about going to the Dwendalian Empire, but it is the closest.
I think maybe if we start there, and I can see about getting us arrangements to somewhere, and Yuria can do the same, and maybe in the time that it takes for us to find the one in Stalingrad, we can have another, another way out figured out by then.
Is Schadengrad close to the northern coast of the Zemni Fields?
The northern coast of the Zuni Fields. It is fairly close, yeah. Overall, my map up here. It is on. So the ruins of Schottengrad are in the southern end of the Zemni Fields. So it's not right on the coast, but overall, you'd be talking about probably like maybe 1 to 2 days travel from the northern coast. There, you'd be going through Ice Haven, basically. Cathona speaks up at this point. You all are owed a favor for the information, the pieces you've put together and shared with us. A favor is owed, and I don't know that I could offer quick travel to Taldore, at least that close to Yogvaril. Marquette might be out of the question as well, but I might be able to request someone to quickly get you into the Empire rather than having to take the long way around.
Well, I think I can handle the Taldore route. I think Marquette's going to be the one that's going to be a little more challenging.
I can get us to Marquette. That's not the problem. And Corel. That's a different story.
And I feel like we should be leaving Isilruf for the last, probably. One south of Vasselheim.
Which is funny, because that'd be the easiest one to get to.
Yeah, that was my thought as well. Realistically, I could either shoot for Corel or the one in Taldore, but I'm probably only going to be able to pull one of those off without having to put myself on the hook for some pretty big favors.
If it's too much trouble, Acacia, I can handle all of them.
I don't. It's not that it's too much trouble. I don't want to ask for too much. I think it's. I think it's important to show that we can do this without some giant hand picking us up and flying us across all of Exandria. If we can call in a favor here or a favor there, sure, but I think it's important that we at least figure out some of these without calling in big favors.
For me, it's not really favors. It's more like my people just get free passage anywhere. So
It's a start. But I do think Shuttingrad is probably our best bet for start, while I try to get some figuring out for... Like I said, I guess we can either try to figure out Taldore or Vasselheim. But if Vasselheim is the big one, maybe that's our
Aldori
last.
should be the next closest after Schadengrad if we wanted to sort of keep things geographically close. I don't know if you have magical means of teleportation, but
I don't personally, but I have connections to people who may. But like I said, those would be a big favor to get us there quickly.
and we're probably putting our cart before our horse anyways.
Yeah. Just trying to think big picture of whatever these things are, and it feels like there's a time, like an hourglass has been tilted.
Well, just let me know. Like I said, I can get us passage pretty much anywhere.
If we have a report to make, understandably not all of us probably want to be there for that report.
Do we want to split up?
I think if we split up a little bit, some of us go for the reporting and the others get things together for us to head for the Dwendalian Empire.
Yeah. Well, if Chthona can help us with passage to the Dwendalian Empire, would we need to go speak to somebody at a house, whatever the hell their name was?
I mean, I'm sure that's probably connected into getting us into the Empire easily.
And she gives a bit of a smile out of the corner of her mouth here. I think it would be fair to tell you all now that the resources I have come from a group in the dynasty called the Lens. We are spies, to put it simply. Once you leave, then communication will be much harder. And so I'm leveling with you a bit now. I've also been given authority by Lady Zethris, if you would all like, and if I believed it was worthwhile, which I believe that you have shown me it is, that I can bring you in under the banner of the Lens for the dynasty, that you can be officially conscripted to work for us. And in doing so, we can offer our resources in your travel as much as we can. If you don't choose this offer, I can still get you to the Dwendalian Empire, and I can still offer it quickly, given that my contact is available. But should you choose to become a part of the Lens, we can continue with as much help as we can offer as an official member, not just one who is owed a favor.
Becoming an official member sounds like there will be things that we have to do for the Lens as well that might pull us away from the task at hand.
Maybe in the future, but for now, our objectives are the same. For now, what you seek to do is what we would do as the lens anyways. And that is why I make the offer.
Something that we'll have to discuss amongst ourselves.
That is understood. And I will have to reach out to my contact either way. But we can discuss that later at another time. Now you know. All of my cards are on the table.
What does the lens do?
These days, since the end of the war, we work towards keeping peace in the dynasty, gathering information for those who need it, making sure that the peace that is had is honored, both by the dynasty and by the empire, and occasionally infiltrating in places where we need information that we don't currently have.
And I am guessing that the lens is under the employ of someone?
We answer to the Shadow Hand. Yes. He's a
Good.
part of the Bright Queen's council.
Oh, hell no. I just kind of like look at Whitney and just like, all right, okay.
Winnie's ears are drooping down.
So this is definitely something we'll have to discuss then.
I find myself growing a bit claustrophobic. Is there anything else that we're going to be doing down here, or should we make our leave?
I think it's best to make our leave and start making preparations.
Then I shall lead the way. And she kind of hops into the giant honey badger hole and starts crawling through to get to the other side as the group heads back up to the chamber. Mm-hmm.
Before we go,
Yeah.
I'm going to rush to the corner and set up my little situation with my tea and my salt water and my bones, and just like I'm not ritual casting this. I am doing this as fast as possible. Like, is this a terrible idea?
Which part, I guess? What specific thing are you asking about?
Joining the lens.
Joining the lens, okay, got it. As you kind of set everything up, you take the bones from the weeping skeleton and throw them out onto the floor of this deep tunnel beneath the first temple. And that's when we're going to take a break. We'll tell you after the break.
God damn it.
All right, so we'll do 15 minutes here. We'll call it 5:26 Pacific, 8:26 Eastern, and we'll see everybody in 15 minutes. Catch you in a bit. Okay, we got everybody back.
Present.
I'm here.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I was in the kitchen getting Sanctums, but I'm back.
Okay.
I'm just slow at clicking.
Okay. And how about the professor?
Hello.
All right, we got everybody. Okay. So as the group heads out of the underground tunnel system that has been explored here in the first temple, make your way back to the room that you had fought the construct that had morphed out of the Draenasar face that was facing that stairwell. And the door is open by this time to walk back into the... Oh, yes, that's right. We have augury results as Udia was, before leaving the tunnel, finishing up the augury, finishes up the ritual to cast this spell, and you feel a strong sense of both weal and woe. And it's odd because it is strong for both. It is you feel an intense amount of weal, but also an intense amount of woe as well. It does seem to be a weal and woe result.
Got it.
And generally, you're used to when that happens. It's about how it plays out as more necessarily than walking into something that is good or bad right away. Now, as the group heads back up through the enchanted room, any of the same enchantments lingering now at this point since they were triggered. But change this up a little bit here. As the group walks through the door into this room, back into the main hall, it's a bit odd at first because it's quiet. You don't see the people here who are supposed to be here. Chthona immediately looks on edge. She looks to the rest of the group. Stay on guard. Something's not right.
Oh, bother.
Shield.
Mirror image. Maybe a bad idea, but she's going to cast mirror image.
Looking around the main hall, you can see the doorways into the two rooms. One was storage, one was more auditorium style. I went to the auditorium. The group can catch that there seems to be legs on the ground. You can just see the legs. It looks like the rest of whatever it is on the other side of the doorway.
Does it smell like dead?
Roll a perception check.
Natural 20.
Natural 20, nice. It doesn't smell like rot, necrotic flesh, but you catch the kind of the copper-smelling scent of blood.
I think they're dead. Or at least on the way there.
You can't tell from here.
I will push myself to the front of the group and head towards the body, the legs.
Okay. You do so, and you do see that it is attached to a body, one who's been stabbed through the torso and is laying in a pool of blood on the other side. Now that you're Here in the doorway of this auditorium, you can see that there are at least 3 bodies in here.
Do we recognize them from people we've met?
The one in the doorway looks like one of the psychometrists that had a blindfold on when he first came in. The other 2 bodies look to be the drow and the orc laborers who were pulling stones out of one of the other rooms.
Can I make my way towards the exit?
Sure. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything stopping you. Yeah. You do so, and you can see outside of the exit maybe 100 feet or so. Somebody's standing. Go ahead and roll a perception check out here.
17.
17. It's a bit odd. Your eyes have to adjust, but given your very high range for dark vision, what you can see is that there's somebody standing behind a figure with the head of the dig in front of them. You recognize the familiar face of Cronlin, and it looks like somebody has their arm around him.
Can I tell from what I can see of the person behind Cromlin if they're wearing an Aurora Watch uniform?
I would say with a 17, it doesn't seem like it.
Okay. Professor, how long does that telepathy last?
A number of hours that I forgot to roll. 7 hours.
Since I am still telepathically bonded to the professor and Winnie, I tell them non-verbally what I am seeing.
Oh, also Acacia. I have one more person since we hit.
Okay, and Acacia.
Okay.
Sorry, Chloe. We'll level up and then I'll get you.
It's all good.
All right, so I guess we're going to have a telepathic conversation. So Conlan's being held at knife point. Do you want me to try to restrain the person who's holding him? Where did that person do all this damage? Are there others? What do you see, Uria?
I see one person. They're not wearing an Aurora Watch uniform, holding Conlin, and they're just standing there, like they're not really doing anything. I honestly don't even know if they can see me. They're really far away. The only reason I can see them is because I can see really far.
But he seems like he's being held hostage?
Yes.
Against what? Against us?
I don't know. I think he might be waiting for us to come up from downstairs. Her, I don't know. I can't see a face on the person behind, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. They might be waiting for us to come up.
Okay. Can I ready an action?
Sure. What are you trying to ready?
I think I want to ready web.
Okay. Sure. What is your kind of trigger that you're looking for there?
As soon as I get within range of these people.
Okay, sure.
I just want to lock everything down and sort it out later.
Okay, got it. Let's see here.
Maybe that's the wrong move, but I feel like
But
Yeah,
yeah,
so range is 60 feet on that, so you'd have to move up probably about 30, 40 feet or so based on the distance that you can tell. But sure, you can definitely hold that.
so question. So I am 100 feet from this person.
Kind of from the doorway of the first temple.
Okay. And then the group is further back behind me with Gloriel, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Winnie would have moved up to her, I guess.
Sure.
Okay.
Shall we move forward and act casual?
Wait. So my question is going to be, and this is going to, because I kind of assumed this, but I know that my dark vision is better than most.
Mhm.
So would I know if I am close enough for them to be able to see me?
That is hard to tell because there's a lot of factors that could extend vision like that.
Mhm.
I would say you can roll an insight check at disadvantage given their distance and kind of hiding behind them to see if you can read if they've spotted you.
Hey,
I
something
think
is.
they can hear Winnie. She's clinky.
Oh, yeah.
Well, no, that's a natural one on that one.
Ooh, lots of nat ones tonight. That's rough.
Clinky.
Assuming I've been included in some fashion, I can try to sneak up on them. I am better at that than you might think.
If they're looking in this direction, I'm sure it's only a matter of time before they spot us. It's probably best we don't keep them waiting.
Okay, if you say that, don't you worry, Acacia. I'm not letting you down.
Feel free to, if I'm going to go in, feel free to cast the web on me if I fail to stop them.
Well, do you want to let me cast it first?
Okay, so I know this is gonna hurt him, but I'm going to rush at this dude and try to use Thorn Whip to get Kalis, like pull him
Okay.
towards me.
And Winnie and Gloria, what was that you guys were planning to?
Well, I was offering just to try to sneak up on them and,
Right.
I guess try to grapple them away from that. But
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I cannot do web.
okay. So say as Winnie and Gloriel are kind of discussing what to do, Uria kind of
it takes the lead.
turns and does a run towards.
Acacia's right behind her.
Okay, got it.
So
The two
Winnie
clerics start running off.
will run after and try to cast web over her shoulder and
Okay.
get it on them before she gets there.
Okay, so Uria, go ahead and roll your attack roll for your thorn web first.
I'm just moving forward with everyone else right now.
Okay, got it.
We're apparently all just bum rushing these guys.
Yeah.
I mean, Acacia said don't keep them waiting, and what do you just run at their face? 24.
A 24. Okay, that definitely hits. Yeah.
I will say, if she pulls him towards her, Acacia's gonna swing with her mace.
No, I'm
Like-
pulling our friend.
Oh, you're pulling the friend? Okay, I apologize. I thought you were pulling.
Okay.
I thought you were pulling the other one. I apologize. I am not going to baseball swing.
And Winnie will try to position the web behind the friend
Okay, got it.
to separate the friend and lock down the enemy.
And I would say that then that as I saw Uria heading, I decided to start charging the bad guys. So hopefully I reached her roughly at the same time as the web, actually.
Okay.
We are
So
all coordinating this.
this is all boom, 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 boom. What is the spell save DC for web?
17.
Oh, that's nice.
Level 5.
Okay. They did roll a natural 20.
Oh, damn it.
So the web doesn't the web does not quite hit. But the way this plays out is that Udia, go ahead and roll some damage too, just because there is a little damage associated with that.
Yeah.
But as Udia gets closer, the thorn whip goes and wraps around the waist of Cronlin, and as he gets pulled, you can hear kind of and opens up the view. And now that everybody's running up close, you can see one of the other psychometrists here was the one holding Cromlin, and the web goes off, and they're able to see it and dodge, having been alerted to what was going on with the thorn whip. And with that, that would be Gloriel and Acacia and the professor still running towards this whole scene. If you'd like to do something else here,
Whenever I'm close enough, I'm just gonna throw out the psychic blades.
okay, go ahead and roll an attack roll then against
Yeah,
against
sure,
the
sure.
psychometrist.
As you know, I always roll natural 20s on my attacks. 16.
A 16. Okay, that will hit. Yeah, go ahead and roll damage on that.
Do I get sneak attack for this, or I don't know where I am? Like,
I would say no. There's no allies within 5 feet.
that's
and there
cool.
wouldn't
I
be,
rolled
any possibilities for
a
advantage.
1 for my damage, so it's only 6.
Ooh.
But I have a bonus action attack, so I'll make that too.
Well, I will say we're not quite in combat order or anything, but we're just kind of
wonderful.
something you wanted to try and do. Yeah.
I was going to try to tackle him to the ground.
Tackle. Okay, go ahead and that'll be a grapple check. Go ahead and roll an athletics check.
Yeah, 15.
15. Okay. So in this very quick succession, Thornwhip going around, bringing Cromlin over. When he shoots the web, they dodge the web, but in dodging the web, they get hit by the professor's psychic knife. And while they're kind of doing that, Gloriel successfully tackles them down to the ground, and they are now grappled by Gloriel. They're kind of struggling in the grasp, and Cromlin now gets to move forward to Uria and has a look. He killed everyone. He killed everyone. To anybody who's around that can hear it.
I'll kind of pluck the thorns out of his little wounds. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Please, and he's trying to push to move back to the temple. I have to see if there's anybody still alive. And starts kind of limping over back towards the temple.
So now I don't have the grappler feat, so I don't have a definitive way to pin him, but I would be trying to hog time basically at this point.
Okay, got it.
Acacia steps up, stands over him, pulls the mace out, puts it like right up to his face. Why?
And you see almost like teeth being grayer, teeth being like shown, almost like a growl. You know the power. As he looks up at you. You feel it. You wear it. None can stop him. I saw his face. I saw it in the past, and he still looked at me. He still spoke to me from thousands of years before. There's nothing we can do.
Who is he?
And you see almost as if there's a struggle to speak the next words. Ok Nask. The Shining One. And right as the words leave his mouth, you see his back start to arch. And you see light shining out of the eyes and ears. Gloriel, you start to feel pain on any part of your body that is touching this person still. What are you doing?
I'm trying to still hold him back, and maybe like direct his head away from me if he's going, General Zod on me. But I'm trying to grind my.
You do take 2 points of radiant damage as you feel this burning start to spread across your skin. Acacia, you still have the mace over the head, and you see now just energy, magical energy, light starting to beam through this psychometrist.
I'm going to whack down on him, and as I do, she's going to cast spiritual weapon as well, so they swing in sync with each other.
And as you do, they are already seeming to be disintegrating, being pulled apart. You're not quite sure, but as you bring down both your spiritual weapon and your mace, you feel it hit and push through softer than it should be. But as you get through, it turns into a light gold dust. And you see your bracers light up for just a moment. And they simply start to fall to the ground.
What was that name? He said Ognask? Do you think it's something Professor might know about?
I know. I was going to ask him to spell it, but then he went poof.
Do I know anything about that?
I would say you can roll a history check on this one.
All right, I'm actually pretty good at those.
To see if
Let's
you
go.
recognize anything about the name.
I'll give Professor guidance.
Doesn't need my help. I was going to say I will also help. I'm also a history buff.
Okay. So you can add
Well,
a
I got a
guidance on-
21, and then I'll roll. So that's still a 21, and if someone guided me, I heard. I'll just roll the d4 somewhere. Where is it? Just in case. So 21, a 22.
22. Okay.
And if that doesn't work, I actually still have another trick up my sleeve.
Okay. So for spelling, AUK''NASK for those wanting the spelling.
Oh, I was only off by 2 letters.
AUK.
UK.
AUK''NASK.
Okay.
Professor, you don't remember specifically the name Ognask, but you do pick up the sense that it is a very after spending time specifically researching lizard folk and yuan teas, that the naming convention very much matches more so with yuan tea than lizard folk, oddly enough. But Ognask sounds like something, a name that you would have heard from a specific character. You don't recognize this name specifically, but it feels like it fits with yuan tea legends and yuan tea research.
So etymologically, the only thing that I know is that Ognask sounds similar to yuan tea names, which are sort of similar to lizard people names, apparently. So that might give us some hint about the origin of the word, but really that's all I can say right now. You know, in my younger years, I would have totally known this, but my mind, it's not so sharp these days.
I regret helping.
I know the feeling.
Y'all can't see, but I'm beaming a smile right now.
Yeah. Well, you're very good. Yeah, we should put our heads together sometimes.
I feel even more so now that hourglass has been flipped.
Yeah, so now what? What? Oh, bother.
I'm keeping like one eye on our friend, trying to make sure he doesn't like die of bleeding because I have no heals.
Sure, yeah, and he's headed back in. You can kind of see him moving through in the main hall area. Yeah, you can keep an eye on.
Oh, I have some emergency magic. It's not very good, but it brought you back when you went under.
If healing is necessary, I'm still more than capable at this point.
You were all talking earlier about champions of your gods. I don't know much about the yuan tea. Does that give us any hints if we might, maybe?
If you're, I would say you can roll religion or history check for information about yuan tea gods and how they can operate.
Religion 21.
21, very nice. With a 21, the first thing that pops up easily is Zahir, the cloak serpent. An evil god, one of the betrayer gods, poisons, assassins, and darkness. Ancient serpents of many different varieties worshipped Zahir more than others. There is, many old temples that the cloak serpent was depicted in. Often as a snake, cobra with the teeth bared, ready to strike. Loathed some of the prime deities. As far as champions, there's not any specifically that come to mind. You're not sure if just being tied to the UNT names and etymology is enough to connect, but the UNT would be very likely to be worshipping Zahir. At least these days.
Well, shall we help our friends see if there are any more survivors?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
And the group goes in, starts
wanna
looking around.
I'll stay by the door, and I'm actually going to go upstairs to look for the guards.
Okay. It is a pretty long walk. Not super short, but you can definitely start up and do that. Back down in the temple, everybody starts looking around the different rooms. Find both of the psychometrists, the laborers. There are 2 or 3 others that doesn't seem to be that you hadn't seen when you first came in that are dead also. When all is said and done, you were able to pull out 6 corpses. None of them are still alive. Just Cromlin.
So I'm asking this more so for Acacia utilizing, I guess, pseudo metagame knowledge that I have.
Mhm.
Has Acacia heard of, read about, seen Yuan Ti before? Specifically, yeah, like Yuan Ti in general, and then specifically Yuan Ti that aren't like full snakes, like don't have tails.
You can go ahead and roll a history check. Yeah, that relates to your time.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, nice. A bit. I would say that there was at least one expedition sent out that you were on that involved traveling off the Menagerie Coast to an island that had Yuan Ti and lizard folk. So there was some interaction with them. Was there specific information you were looking for, or interactions to have had with them?
I'm putting pieces together in my head about the caster from the first temple, the one who had some scales but not fully scaled,
Sure.
as to whether or not they could have possibly been one of these Yuan Ti.
Sure. I would say with a dirty 20, there were certainly humanoids who only had small amounts of scales on them, but were still considered UNT. And that your research in preparing for this particular expedition, you had read about them as well. Maybe seen 1 or 2 where you thought, oh, that's odd. Why are there just regular humans here? And then caught that their legs were scaled, or they had scaled arms, or you could catch some scales coming up from the back of the neck.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Got it.
Crumlin looks to Cathona. don't know what to do. And Cathona just, I'll make the arrangements. And she helps him stand up. Give me just 1 second.
Yeah, I was kind of worried because I wasn't thinking Yuan Ti at first, and now the mention of Yuan Ti, I'm like, oh, partially scaled? That sounds like Yuan Ti. That disconcerting.
Do I make it up the steps?
It does take a while, but you do. You get to the door to the basement area where you had been led down. Get to the top and open the door. You still see the Aurora Watch who are stationed there.
What's the name of my Nomi friend?
From the Weeping Skeleton?
Yeah.
That was Dirt Melder, excuse me.
Oh my god, I can't say that.
Dread for sure.
We're gonna need Dread's services.
One of the watch looks. What is going on?
I'll be straight with you. I came up here to make sure you weren't dead.
Is there some danger down there?
Not anymore.
Shit. Did you see anybody? One of them turns. No, there's no one. Shit.
Nope. It wasn't anybody that came from outside.
And he points to two of them and points towards the stair, and they start running down. Looks at the other one. Go. Let them know. And he runs out the front. And you're left with just the one who was giving the orders.
Okay. I communicate telepathically to Acacia, the professor, and Winnie that there is Aurora Watch going down there in case Cathona has something to say about that.
I let her know, and I'm like, shit, didn't the perpetrator disintegrate? Who are they going to pin this on? Winnie just starts running.
Okay.
Winnie runs away.
Where to?
I don't know, not really.
Into a corner.
We got a couple directions you can go, but not much more.
Runs in circles and screams.
I just feel like it's her signature move.
Yeah. Cathona, if you tell her about that, just responds, they can help get the bodies out. I think we generally can trust what the Watch here have. I think we can generally trust them here. I haven't spent enough time. She stops to think. No. Those who are upstairs, I handpicked. I can trust them. It is once they let others know that things might get dicey. But it sounds like we will be making quick decisions from here.
Yeah, maybe now's the time to take you up on that transport to the Drundalian Empire.
We do still need to get up to the surface at least. But as she says that, she reaches up and touches a earring that has like a green gem on it. It's kind of got a loop around the ear, and on the end has a green gem. And she touches it, and her eyes go silver for a moment. And you see small little movements of the mouth as she speaks. Says, my contact is available. He will be here in a matter of hours. If we need to separate, then be at the hold at dusk this evening, and we can leave from there.
Well, will we be blamed for this?
I don't believe so. I will vouch for you to those Aurora watch. I have
Okay.
no reason to believe. Those who do the blaming are those who are in the know. Lady Zethris is. I will let her know what happened here.
Okay.
She is the authority, and her word will stick.
Well, if we won't be blamed, then okay. It's just that our evidence has gone poof.
It has. Cromlin will also be able to
Oh, that's
attest.
right. He'll be able to say we saved him.
Yes, and we
Maybe-
have ways of determining whether or not what is being said is truthful.
Oh, that's true. Maybe we'll get a reward.
I think maybe you will.
Oh yeah, I have a shopping list.
All right. I'll stay down here with Cromlin for now until the watch get here. If you would all like to leave.
Okay.
Okay, I talked to Uria in her mind. We're gonna come up to join you and report in. We're being told that Lady Zethris, that we won't be blamed for this, and Lady Zethris will be. We should report to her, and maybe we'll get a reward, and then we should probably get out of Dodge as fast as possible.
I think we should get out of Dodge as fast as possible.
Yeah, and I'm including Professor Nakisha as well, and then I guess I'm going to message Gloriel with the message and fill her in.
I think I'm gonna stay behind and wait, and I will meet you all at the hold tonight so that I can be present for the reporting. At least having one face of our party present. And since I've already built up a bit of a reputation with Lady Zethris.
Okay, well, we can. Do you want us to go do the reporting now?
I'm sure she's. Let me look, because I'm really bad at names. Well, I'm sure Cathana is going to be reaching out to Lady Zethris. So if her and I go directly for that reporting, we can handle that and just keep all of you clear of it. We still don't know where the Umavi is. And if they are at the Aurora Hold, it probably would not be a good idea for you to be there, Winnie, since that seems to be a path that you don't want to walk down.
That's true. Well, I'll meet you at the Tough Tusk.
I'll talk to Cathana about meeting at the Tough Tusk instead of at the Hold this evening.
After you go to the hold, you meet us at the Tough Tusk.
No, because we need to meet at the hold to get our transportation.
So let's say if we meet at the Tough Tusk instead,
Okay.
I'll talk to Cathana about it.
I'm going with Acacia. I'll distract the Aurora watch so you guys can get out.
You know, I think I can go to the hold briefly. Is like, do I know time wise? I knew when the Umavi were expected.
The Umavi were pretty close. It was kind of the next day is when they were expected. So if they were early, they could be there. If they were late, it might be a little bit, after tomorrow.
All right, I'm going to hang out at the Tough Tusk, and you guys let me know. And if the Umavi are not there, I can come. I guess I could find out, ask around. Once I get up on the surface, I could ask around. Everybody would be talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And their approach is on Horizon Back Turtle, so everybody would know at that point.
Yeah. So just ask one of the guards. Hey, they're like royals, right? Hey, where are the Umavi? Where's the parade? Are they here yet?
Sure. if you head up and as you're crossing paths with the two that are coming down. Oh, they're still a bit of ways outside the city. Should be tomorrow morning that they arrive.
Okay. I'll relay my findings to the group. All right. Tonight should be fine. Let's just meet at the hold and get out of Dodge after that.
Okay.
Upstairs, I'll kind of like let my body sink and just look at the Aurora Watch, and I was like, I need to sit down. And just kind of like try to get him away from that door.
Sure, certainly. And he goes and grabs a chair here. And gets you a chair to sit down in.
Go ahead. I'm going to start comforting Maria.
Yeah, I am talking to him to keep him focused on me and not on the door.
Okay. Go ahead and just roll like a general charisma check on this one.
Oh God, why did I do this?
Wait, can I help?
Not for this one because you wouldn't be there yet. Yeah.
Well, we're linked though.
That's an 18.
Oh, well, you
That's
need help.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a 19 minus 1.
A very what would you be talking to about? What would your topic matter be? Like, are you just kind of rattling off random things that you would know from your time traveling, or what's the focus?
So I'm basically going to treat this. Is this a man, a woman? What kind of creature?
Oh, this is a man. It's a drow.
Okay.
He is wearing a little bit nicer armor than the other three that were in here.
Okay.
Seems to have an air of confidence about him, and was
great.
Clearly the leader of this group of 4 here.
Mm-hmm. He is not my therapist. I am going to talk to him about feeling uncomfortable in the city, being away from the water, wanting to sleep out in the woods, the fact that I have a rash for some reason, and like it looks gross, and I like pull down my shirt a little so he can see the like nasty reddish skin, and like I just like start talking to him about like Uvenda, and like I don't know what I'm doing, and I keep trying to find a sign, and every time I think I find a sign, it just takes me and I just like, this man knows everything about me.
Mm-hmm. And there's these kind of a lot of looks of like he's about to start and say something to respond, and then you continue on and show him the rash, kind of a face of like, oh, and you keep his attention pretty well. And it was Winnie, Professor, and Glorielle were heading up at this point together. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay, then the 3 of you are able to slide past the Aurora Watch as you get into the room and see Udia kind of talking with this Aurora Watch soldier here who was guarding this door, and you're able to sneak out here into the north center of Asarius to do what you'd like to.
Yeah, and I just whisper in her mind, "Thank you."
Anytime.
Should we go to the Tough Tusk? Go somewhere and wait? We can just lose ourselves in the creeks and. Maybe just post up at the Tough Tusk, then the others will know where to find us.
And there was also, you would be closer to the Helper's hideout right now at this point. You're a little bit closer. But yeah, wherever the group wanted.
Okay, yeah, maybe the Helper's hideout, and we'll use the psychic link to tell Uria and Acacia we're going to wait at the Helper's hideout, and I'll message to Gloriel, or if she's here, we can just say, let's go to the Helper's hideout. You haven't met him yet, I don't think.
No, yeah.
Oh, you didn't?
She was there. Yeah. In the morning to meet with them.
Yeah, let's go to the Helper's hideout. That's secure. Let's make sure. Professor, can you make sure we're not being followed? I'm not good at that. Oh, he fell asleep again.
I know.
I can look around if you'd like.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a perception check for that, Gloria.
10.
10. Okay. It doesn't seem like anybody's following you. It's a little, later in the afternoon, so not a ton of people here in the North Center and the North Roads area. Just in general, this is the more industrial part of the North Roads. So anybody who's in here is mostly working, and if they're not, they're moving with intention. It doesn't seem like there's anybody following.
Well, good enough for me, I guess. We'll go do the secret knock.
Okay. Back down at the bottom, Cathona is waiting with Acacia, and after a few minutes pass, the two Aurora Watch guards show up and kind of have hands on their weapons, looking at Acacia and Cathona. We heard there was danger. Maybe hurt people down here.
The danger itself has been dealt with. The only one was hurt, because I will say that if did that other guy stick around?
Carlin did, yes.
Yeah,
he's inside. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have cast Cure Wounds on him while that was going on. So just saying, I've handled or assisted the person who was injured, but the threat itself has been dealt with.
Cathona at this point says to the guard, "The threat has gone from down here. I need you two to stay. We will go back up. There will be more guards. It will take a bit of time for us to make sure that we are selecting the right individuals, but we need to at the very least triple the guard and perhaps not have an active team down here anymore. But I will discuss it with your captain as I leave." And they look at her and say, "Understood." And they head into the temple, and you can hear them start to talk with Cromlin a bit, and he's at that point pulling some like canvas tarp over the corpses at this point, and you can hear them. And Cathona looks at Acacia and says, "Well, I don't know that there's any more help that we can do down here. Shall we move forward?"
It's probably the best idea. I believe Yuri is waiting behind for us as well, so we should meet her at the top.
So the two of you head up, and after another what is a surprisingly long climb up the stairs, you get to the top and see Acacia Udia treating this Aurora Watch captain here as a therapist and just kind of gushing. Would there be any kind of like active emotion for Udia on this, or just kind of letting it all out?
I think, Udia is not like the type of person to cry.
Mm-hmm.
She wouldn't be crying. She would just be like overwhelmed, and like a lot of like Italian hand motions, like I have a lot of feelings and I don't let them out ever because I repress emotions, because that's what healthy people do. And I'm letting them all out. And I just kind of like, when I see Acacia, I kind of just like take a breath and go, "So in summary, I need leathers. Do you know where I can find some?"
And the Aurora Watch captain goes to start like talking, like waiting to get cut off again. "Right, yes. There are many leather workers and shops who can provide leather armor here in Asarius. It is our most common type of armor. There are different varieties of different animals that offer maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less protection, but I would search the pits for armor that may help."
Thank you. I pull out a fish jerky and give it to him.
"Thanks." And Cathona kind of gives a raised eyebrow to Acacia. Says, "Is she normally like this?"
Only when she needs to be.
Understood. And Cathona turns to the captain. I need 8 more men posted here in the house, and I need them to be men that you trust. Only those that can be trusted. Do you understand? Yes. And given the level of confidence in the orders that he was giving, just a very quick snap of, obedience to Cathona speaks a little bit to her position and the authority she demands here. She looks to Udia and Acacia. Thank you again for everything that you have done. I think the watch will take it from here. Shall we go to the hold?
I think that would be best.
Yay.
To the hold, then. And the three of you travel not a big distance from this house in the North Center to the Aurora Hold to speak with Lady Zethris. Meanwhile, back at the Helper's hideout, Gloriel and the Professor and Winnie show up, give the knock and to get into the Helper's hideout. And it is Buzzmonk who opens the door, the familiar goblin sidekick, who gives a very enthusiastic, "Oh my gods, you guys, you should have seen it. The Nadro estate was completely raided. They took out all of the people. Braduli ran away on some kind of drake. He flew away. The Simurgs that he gave to Asarius were chasing him," and kind of goes off on this recounting of the raid on the Nadro estates. And
Oh my God, tell me all about it when he sits down for a good gossip session.
Yeah, and he talks about, so they had goblins under there. They were taking out goblins. I think there was even a couple of large orcs, and just describes that they were, taking animals away who weren't going to be kept there anymore. They were taking, the humanoids away. You could see that, or they could see that, there were some who had marks who were being helped out, who were being offered food, who were being offered medical care from those who came to help, and that there were no less than 15 people who were taken away in manacles, and there is currently a chase underway for Braduli Nadro, and the whole city is waiting to hear how it plays out with the now fallen from grace orc, or half orc in this case, who was so quick to be favored here in Asarius, is now a very quick fall from grace. And they tell the story of how that all
I
happened.
would have never thought in a million years that something like that would happen.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. Everybody's been super cheerful here, and you start to look around now. The rest of the helpers have come in and have been listening to Buzzmonk's stories, and you see smiles all around, whereas just the day before you could see the stress, you could see the tension.
Well,
There's now smiles.
Maybe not all the dens are the same, huh?
And it's Silvari, the Pallid Elf, who speaks up. A nice surprise, to be sure. Not something that we expected.
Yeah. Huh. When he's looking thoughtful. Okay. At least that was Lady Zethris's doing. Okay. When he's just thinking and mulling it over. Okay. Then she's gonna get some food, and while she's waiting for the others, get out her tinkering tools and start working on that spritzer.
Oh, nice. Okay, got it. Got it.
Maybe the professor can help. Do you tinker, Professor? Or is he asleep in the corner?
I think he might have been a little tired from the underground trip and is asleep in the corner.
All right. That's okay. When he's going to tinker.
Okay. All right. And Gloriel, anything you wanted to talk to the helpers about here?
No, I don't think so.
Got it. And you watch Winnie start to tinker and kind of just take in the helpers' hideout here, and the bit of joy that seems to be going around. The goblin telling the stories, and the two in the background listening. the Tabaxi, the Palad Elf, and of course Morns and the Drow, who the group had first run into in the first place. Gives a smile and a nod, and everybody seems to be very content here in the Helper's hideout today. With a
Somewhat smug about when they're talking about how some of the dens are good.
okay, got it. You're like, I told you.
He's gonna ask, "Hey, Gloria, will you hold this cog here for me? I need
Oh,
an
I'm happy to help. I was going to say that I wasn't sure I could do anything unless you needed something punched. But yes, if I can help, please, I'm happy to.
If you can just hold this steady while I solder it a little bit,
I
and
can do that.
thank you. And then while she's working, she's just gonna try to, probably a little obviously, just try to casually ask, so what do you know about the different dens?
Less than you might think. My parents were not part of the nobility. Certainly, I tended to interact more with the lower caste, so to speak. And during my stint in the army, I wasn't an officer, certainly. Let's just say we were a tight knit family, but less than you'd think. But I do have to say that I get the feeling that some of you folks don't have the most experience with the Empire as a whole, and I just want you to know that we're not monsters. We are good people.
The dynasty?
Dynasty, yes, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, we're part of the dynasty too. It's just we're sort of the lesser part. We don't belong anywhere else. Where else are we going to belong but here?
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say lesser. I mean, it's just so certainly there are plenty of non-drow on the if that's what you mean on the Queen's Council. It's the different races are part of what make us strong, and the fact that we can all hope to be reborn and have new experiences and learn new things.
Reborn?
Yes, in the light of the Luxon. Not all of us can be consecuted. There's just not enough space or time, but everyone has a chance of having a aged soul born into them. Where in the Empire are you from?
I'm from right here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I'm from the Cretes, which is very much the poor part of town, and my family were just farmers, and I'm afraid that the house, at least House Oleos, they don't look very kindly on people from the Cretes.
Well, I mean, I can't deny your experiences. They are what they are, but certainly it's not what we would have preached back at the temple.
Well, I can't say I'm very religious. My family themselves worship the Wild Mother because, we're farmers. And that's what gets the crops growing. But obviously I've heard, I live here, so I know about the Luxon. But I don't know a lot about it.
They are the light of creation. It's
And the light, and Winnie's eyes start getting a little animated at this point, and not creation, possibility. It's possibility.
That's true.
And then she bends back down and works on I think we've almost got it. I hope this helps Ori. Poor thing. She's so itchy.
Got it. Give me just a general intelligence check on that putting together of the spritzer.
All right. Let's see. 21.
21, pretty good. You have a very nice, very well constructed spritzer made out of ancient Gearkeeper construct parts.
All right. She's going to put some water from her flask in it and get it all ready and put a little bow on it. Uri's going to love this.
And I'll add in to D&D Beyond a Gearkeeper spritzer into the inventory.
I would have never thought.
That's great.
And after the conversation, Gloria, it's going to. I'm sorry.
I just said I'm gonna be a Disney mom, and I'm very excited.
Oh, nice. No, I was just going to say that I think Gloria will go off on her own after that, and you'll just see her playing with her blonde hair, and looking at it occasionally.
Got it. And with that, we get back to Udia and Acacia walking along with Cathona. Doesn't take long to get to the Aurora Hold, and what has become somewhat of a routine at this point, walking into the entrance area. The stained glass projecting just a beautiful array of light, mostly in shades of purples and blues here onto the ground in this front area. But rather than continuing with the normal routine and going up and pulling on one of the ropes in the two doors here to ring a bell, Cathona just walks in to the one on the left and walks you through the long hallway into a room that splits off, follows you down, or rather takes you down another two kind of junctions of tunnel till finally you reach a familiar sitting room outside where the two of you had waited before when meeting with Lady Zethris for the first time. And she looks to the two of you and gives a nod, and through the door yells, "We have returned, Lady Zethris." And you hear the soft voice of Lady Zethris, still with authority in it. "You may enter." And as you do, you enter in to see the Lady Zethris, this time wearing a mantle over her shoulders and a silver diadem on the head. More formal and ceremonial than she has looked so far. And she looks to the two of you. Yuma, we are close. What has your expedition down to the first temple reaped?
We've discovered, I guess, truth in the location of these other artifacts. It seems that the warrior, I guess, that these artifacts once belonged to, wants them back. And he seemed to have corrupted the minds of one of the psychometrists. Killed the others, almost everyone else.
And you see her eyes get wide at this. This is a tragic development. And she looks to Cathona, and Cathona gives a nod. Maytona of Denhythanos. It was him. And she gives a nod.
We have intent to leave the city to begin tracking down these other artifacts.
And
just wanted to let you know that we would not be here for much longer.
And what do you intend to do with these artifacts, should you find them?
Keep them safe.
It is a leap of faith that you asked me to take to simply allow you to walk out of the city with such a powerful connection to the past. and on your way to more. There are those in the dynasty and those who give counsel to the Bright Queen who might even see that as heresy.
Are you saying you're willing to hold two subjects of foreign lands?
I am not. I am simply asking you to see the leap of faith that I am taking and trusting you and your group. These are extraordinary times for the dynasty, and extraordinary steps must be taken. And I don't want that to be lost on you.
It's not.
Good. Because if you do not know the full context of the pressures that are surrounding these events, these objects, this ancient warrior, then your eyes are not open. What do you ask of Denolios to aid you in your quest? Bear in mind, this may be the last time you get to answer that question.
The only thing that I would ask is that we are safe, that we aren't tracked. The information about where we are going is not passed along to those who would bring harm or derail us from the task ahead.
I can only offer that from those that I oversee. I can do my best to divert those that aren't under my control, and I
Lost you.
It wasn't me this time.
Who knows?
Oh no.
Josh, come back!
That evil deity is stuck in my mind now as Ogden Nash.
Man, worst time for Mozilla to crash, I'll tell you what.
Wait,
worst time
wait,
ever.
if you're there, how can you also be over there?
Oh my god, there was two of you!
Okay, I apologize if that happens again, and I apologize for that crash in the first place.
It's all good.
Yeah, Firefox
Technology is fallible.
Oh yeah, okay. I will do my best to divert the attention of those who may send it your way, and I will make sure that those that I oversee do not impede you or track you in this. If I'm being honest, the less people who know what you're doing, the better. And at this point, your group and Cathona and I are likely the only ones who know about what you're doing. The less the better, and I will endeavor to keep it that way. And you see Cathona and Lady Zethus share a little bit of a look, and Cathona says, I have made the offer. And Lady Zethus turns to the two of you. Then the decision is yours on whether or not you would like to become in an official capacity, working for the lens, working under me, and working under the Shadow Hand.
That is a decision for all of us to make together. We will have our answer for that before we leave town.
Well then. When do you intend to leave?
This evening.
That is for the best. Then I guess there is nothing left but to wish you safety. And to offer the thanks of Denolios. It seems a bit paltry, given the scale of what you're now dealing with, but your information on Burjuli Nadra was correct. My sister has taken advantage of my time away from Asarius. She's taken advantage of my eyes being away from Asarius. She's one of the 3 leaders of Denolios. The other being our sister as well. There are now 2 leaders of Denolios. Baduli Nadra's on the run. We hope to catch him soon, using the animals that were gifted by him, in a twist of irony. Verlas is missing as well.
Not surprised.
I'm not sure if I am or not. It brings great shame to Denolius that they were involved in this. Especially before Numavi arrives. Sky Sybil. Anyways. Thank you for what you've done for Asarius, for the dynasty, and for me. Should you need aid in the future, should you decide to become official conscripts of the lens, then reach out to Cathona. It may be too dangerous to reach out to me directly. She looks at Cathona. Have you made arrangements for travel yet? I have. The Shadow Hand will be here shortly. Good. She stands up and walks over to Acacia first. She kind of reaches out with her hands, almost like she's looking for you to reach out and grab them.
I will.
She holds them. And you feel in that grip something that she could never show outwardly with her face. She grabs your hands and squeezes them tight. And you feel all the anxieties, all the hopes, all of the tension just in those grips. And she looks at the bracers. You bear a heavy burden, Acacia. And she puts her hands down and does the same, moves over to Udia and holds her hands out as well.
I'll put my hands on her very awkwardly.
You walk in the footsteps of the gods as well. There will be more burdens to face in the future, Udia. Protect Acacia. Protect yourself. Protect your friends. I know that Asarius has been a new experience for you. But I thank you for traveling here. I thank you for offering your spirit to Asarius. You have all touched it in ways that cannot be undone. Thank you for protecting Asarius.
I'll just nod and kind of like lean down a little bit and whisper, "Did you kill her yourself?"
And she leans in a little bit more and whispers just loud enough for you to hear. A fate much worse than death awaits her.
Odia smiles and kind of just nods.
She steps back. You have my gratitude. And should you want it, my friendship. Safe travelers to you, clerics of the gods. May the light walk with you wherever you may go. Oh. And should you decide to return to Asarius, a home will always be offered. And that is not just words. The Nadro estate will be converted. Should you come back to Asarius, it is yours.
Hmm.
But I know there's much work to be done before we can talk about that.
You have our gratitude as well. Although I feel as though I will be chastised by other members of our group if I don't at least attempt to inquire about any funds for assisting our travels on the roads.
Or maybe a reward for digging through a lot of rubble.
Cthona, I think you can make the arrangements. She looks. They've already been made. Good. You shall have your reward. Very well earned reward.
Excellent.
Now, do your best. I'll certainly be doing mine.
Well, you look very nice.
So do you. You might want to get that checked out, though.
Yeah. I kind of turn to Cathona on occasion. I'm like, I need to go shopping.
I'm sure we can arrange that before we leave town.
Please.
And with that, Cathona kind of leads the two of you out of the room with Lady Zethris, unless there's anything else you wanted to speak about with her. And out to the front of the Aurora Hold. She says, I will be at the Tusk Tavern this evening at dusk. We will get you to the Dwindling Empire. And from there, the rest is up to you.
Thank you, Cathona.
Thank you, Acacia.
So your guard buddy was not helpful, but do you have a recommendation for somewhere where I can get leathers?
Certainly. If you don't mind wearing hand-me-down from former Lens members, I can assure you nobody died in it, but we may be able to find you something without having to go shopping.
I don't know if I should be assured by the fact that nobody died in the leathers, but I'm pretty sure that the person that used to wear them is dead.
They might be retired. Good craftsmanship is not to be wasted on those who do not fight.
Okay, sure.
I'll see you both shortly.
Indeed.
And she heads back in.
And I guess we're gonna head towards the helpers. hideout.
Sure. You do so, give the knock to get in. And as you do, you come in and see Winnie testing out a new contraption that seems to be spraying water.
Yuria, I think it's finished. Come here. Let me spritz you and show you how it works.
Okay, I like run over and I just stand there.
I start spritzing.
What was your idea for the design of this spritzer?
Oh, full on Disney, mister.
Okay.
Like it's a pump action. I mean, it's not doesn't have a battery, obviously. It's a pump action that pumps the water, and something about squeezing it with the mechanism spins the fan. The little fan blades, like a little, like a little wind-up toy kind of thing. Uh-oh.
He's gone again.
Dash froze. But I mean, it can look like whatever you want, Iria.
No, I was legitimately thinking the like 90s version of the spritzer when you had to like hold it down to like spritz and move the fan at the same time.
Yeah, this one you have to pump. It doesn't have any battery or anything, but you have to pump it, but the fan spins, and if you pump it good, then the fan will get momentum and spin for a while, and the pump spits the water through the fan.
And Udia, you get a nice, refreshing mist of water from this water spritzer that just gives you a little bit of, it's just refreshing. It's just nice. Just kind of puts you in this mood where the tension of being in the city just melts away.
I'm not as scaly anymore. Yeah.
You put a little lavender and honey essential oil in there for you.
So it's a nice little scent as well. But here in the Helper's hideout, Mornson walks up to the group and also just kind of starts talking. Thank you all. It seems that in one day you all have made more of an impact here than we've been able to make in months.
We're happy to help. Helpers.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I think we just piggybacked on a mountain of your efforts.
Well, the sentiment is appreciated. We could not have done it without you. And I'm grateful for having met all of you. It sounds like you're traveling now.
That does seem to be the case.
And as he says that, you kind of see scooting out from behind Mornson just a little bit, Buzzmonk. I mean, I can come with you all if you want. I haven't left the Saris before, but I can certainly try.
I think somebody needs to stay behind and look after things here. Can you do that?
I can do that. Yeah. He must get a little excited. Yeah, I can definitely do that.
We do need a liaison here in the city. Somebody to keep us in contact with the helpers.
You're the liaison between the helpers and the helpers' helpers.
You're like our representative. And he's frozen again.
Oh no.
Yeah, we're almost done.
And as far as Ogden Nash goes, what can I say but you're welcome?
Yep, there's no other name for that entity now than Ogden Nash for me. Fitting. Looks like he's coming back. Yikes. Did we get paid? Did she give us a bunch of money? I didn't notice how much. Did he say?
We
Yeah.
didn't say amount, but he did say we got paid.
We will be getting paid.
We will be getting paid. Yeah.
Winnie now has a spell that consumes pearls at a prodigious rate.
I mean, both me and Yuria have spells that consume diamonds that are
No, I
probably going to be real important. Oh, well, I mean, it's on your list, whether or
It's-
not you take it.
Yeah, but somebody has to die for you to need your spell. Whereas my spell, I have Fortune's Favor, and
Oh,
it just I could cast it as much as I wanted, and it would give people a reroll, but it costs 100 gold pearl every time.
Mhm. Yeah, I only have 3 levels of cleric, so I only have 2nd level spells.
We should give you at least get you a scroll of Revivify for backup purposes,
Yeah.
just in case Acacia goes down.
Yeah, that would be bad. Acacia going down would be awful.
Yeah.
I would have to get like one shot to like allow myself to go down, knowing that I'm the healer. Like, I would have to get one shot.
It could happen.
Could.
I have 1 level of Artificer, so I could use a scroll of Revivify, but it'd probably be a roll to make it work.
Okay, so sorry, you guys. Apologize for that. Fully crashed on that one, but we are back up and going now. So.
He's back.
Okay, so yes, we were talking about Buzzmonk, and you were talking about having him be a liaison in Asarius, so that there's still people that can communicate there. And Buzzmonk shows his excitement. Yeah. I can watch if there's a place you need me to watch, or talking to people. I can do whatever you need. I'm here. You
Yeah. Didn't we just inherit the Nadro estate?
oh.
I guess you haven't told us that yet. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just also like they were like redoing it and doing a bunch of stuff to it. So like, not really.
Maybe he could oversee it.
Yeah. But I go over to Buzzmonk and I kind of like put a little pin in his like little coat or whatever he's wearing.
Sure.
And it's like a little Ashari symbol, and it's just like, here you go. And it's like, see, now you're our representative.
He kind of takes the bottom of his robe and kind of spiffs it up a little bit. And you see him stand up straighter. Yeah, I can do that for sure. That's a big property, but I can make it happen. I can make it work. Yeah, whatever. I can make sure the property is kept up, and if we need to have it open to others, yeah, whatever you need, I'm here.
One stipulation: no crazy parties.
And you see like a little bit of a yeah, right. No crazy parties. Maybe I could plan a celebration for when everybody returns.
We'll workshop it.
Okay. Well, yeah, so as long as there's a chance, I'm okay with that.
Well, there's any other shopping that you all needed to do before we head out of town?
Always.
Winnie can spend money all day, air day.
Wizards, you gotta do it.
Gotta do it.
Okay. And what did you need?
I need a bucket of pearls.
A bucket of pearls. Okay, got it. I think unless you wanted to play it out for the sake of brevity, we could say you stop by either the Raven's Quill or Equinox, and they're able to provide this for you.
Yeah, they're 100 gold piece each.
Got it.
How many can I get?
They would have, I mean, at least a pearl is a pretty common thing needed. And given that it's jewelry too, I would say they have up to 10.
Is that okay with you guys?
I don't even know how much money we have, so sure.
We are currently sitting at 1153. That will completely kill the
Oh, okay.
the,
Never mind.
the Revivify budget.
All right, never
But
mind.
I will say, you get like 5 of them, and that'll leave enough for me to pick up a single diamond. And
Why don't I just get like 2 of them and you pick up 2 diamonds?
I'm gonna try to make sure nobody dies. That's the trick.
So how many diamonds? How much are there's a 400 gold piece?
300. They have to be 300 gold piece worth.
Okay. So you can get 4 pearls, and we can get 2 diamonds, and we'll still have money left over.
Okay.
And remember, well, it's relatively hard. Going to be relatively hard for me to die. I could be rezzed for free.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well,
That's
that's
pretty
an
solid.
interesting
What
development.
the fuck?
It does not take components to cast any revivify, resurrection, whatever spells on me.
Well, that's handy.
I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that.
Barbarians are crazy. Okay. So Buzzmonk has gone off and started to do some planning already on his new estate management.
Well, maybe we
this-
make some
sorry.
money from the estate.
If you're telling that to Buzzmonk, he's like, oh, I can. I mean, well, it's already set up as stables, so if we wanted to use it as stable or stables or any type of like animal raising, I could certainly start to maybe like rent those out. I don't know. There's lots of
Yeah.
possibilities.
Yeah, why don't you do that? And if you need any help, write to my father.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
can help you manage the estate as well.
Okay. Should I invite them to the Nazareth estate?
I don't know. It's not. I don't own it exclusively. It's not up to me.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think we're once again putting the cart before the horse here. I think the estate has to be ready first. And once we get word that it's ready, I'm sure housing your family there would be very easy.
Agreed.
We'll see what you can do to get it in shape.
All right. Yeah, I'm on it. Buzzmonk is your goblin. Kind of gives like a little salute. I'm ready to go. And he starts going to talk to the other goblins. Hey, will you come help? And you hear conversations going off.
I just kind of like shout at his back, like, make sure there's a pool.
Paul, got it.
You guys know what's going to happen. We've put a goblin in charge of interior decorating.
It's gonna be gaudy. It's gonna be awful.
It's gonna be gobby.
At least one of my parents should maybe supervise this.
Probably.
Maybe I'll write and just ask one of my parents to like oversee these.
Yeah, as
'Cause I
long
feel
as
like
I get a pool.
Yeah, we're looking at like the difference between like potentially like cottage core or frat house. Like,
Yeah. Maybe there'll be a happy medium if they work together.
And he is a mage sidekick, so there is at least a little bit of an intelligence score there.
a little bit.
Okay. So a little bit of shopping is done. You stop by Equinox and the Raven's Quill for the required spell components in the North Roads, and take a look around. Gloriel, you're familiar with Asarius, and as the group leaves Equinox, you look across the square here. There's a little bit of a courtyard, and you see the Temple of the Luxon. Now that it's getting closer to the end of the day, it actually picks up a little bit in attendance, but you look at the temple, one that you've visited in the past, in Asarius, and know that it will likely be some time, depending on what happens at least, before you see another one. And as the group heads out and finishes their shopping, you, here in the Northwards district, look over Asarius and can see the smoke from the campfires. Even from this distance, can hear the bellows of animals of all different varieties. You can see the young horizonback turtles being raised from the pits, visible even from up here with their size, even though they're young and adolescent, and almost as if it's drawing your attention to the horizon. The figure or the form of the younger horizonback turtles gives way to the sight of the fully grown horizonback turtle. Now that it's close, you can see the intricate and elaborate, the ornate housing on the back of it. It's close. Might even be hours away. Carrying the Umavi to the wooded fence of Vermaloc wood that guards Asarius from the Jorhassian wastes. You head down the north roads, through the pits. You see many of the animals you saw on the first walk from the Aurora Hold down to the Cretes through the pits. You see the insects, fire beetles, giant centipedes. You pass by the Den Dwendalo stables where you return the giant coral snake. You see the saber-toothed camels walking by, still with their large bags of water that are meant to keep the dust down here in these non-paved neighborhoods. And a goblin with some kind of harness riding an axe beak quickly through the roads. And more bounders. You see them being ridden in groups of 3 or 4 as these giant mounds here in Asarius. You make your way to the Tough Tusk Tavern. And there is merriment happening. There's fights happening. People are getting drunk left and right. And you find an open table in the back. You're able to go sit down. Wait for whatever comes next. Is there anything anybody wanted to do here in the Tough Tusk while you wait for Cathona to meet up?
I wish Juwan was here so we could make some more money.
Yeah. And we could say Juwan's still with the group. Obviously, we wouldn't want to leave him out on the trip to the Dwendalian Empire. And...
Yeah, I don't want to leave him out on a fight.
Right. Yeah. We could say, if you'd like, that Juwan and Acacia spend a little bit of time sizing up and the competition and deciding whether or not to fight kill a little bit of time in the fighting rink, if you'd like.
I'll fight.
3 top.
3 of the 5 could be a nice big fight.
I just got a text message from Alex. He says, I'm watching and I'm down.
Yes, great. I love it. Okay.
I think Glorio's totally up for a fight.
What was that?
I said Glorio's always up for a fight.
I forgot we have a barbarian now.
Okay.
I think we might have to resolve this at the start of the next session.
Well, and typically there's a group of 5 that step into the ring. And with 4 of those 5 slots being taken up by the party, unless Winnie wanted to jump in too.
Go, Winnie.
If not, we have Little Bit.
I could try.
Okay. So here's what we'll do. Rather than playing out a 5-person PvP against each other here at the Tough Tusk Tavern to get started, let's have everybody roll a d20. We're gonna do some rollies, and I'll roll for Alex here. And
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure he can
story
hop
of
on
this fight
D&D.
plays out.
I'm pretty sure he can go on D&D Beyond and roll, and it'll show
that's
up
true.
in the. It'll show
Well,
up.
if we see that roll, we can use that. I'll roll last in case he's able to do that.
Boo.
Nat 20.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
And when you use her chrono shift,
Not for this, I would say. This is just going to be a straight roll.
11.
Fair. Okay.
Yeah. 8.
I know it's like a few seconds behind for him.
Okay.
There it is.
Oh.
And what was it?
A 5.
A 5. Oh no. Okay, got it. And then what
It's
was
not
the Acacia's roll?
I got an 8.
An 8.
Oh wait,
okay.
no. Wait, did I? Hold on. Where's my roll? Yeah, an 8.
An 8. Okay, got it.
Gloria won, of course.
So in the fight between the 5 here in the group, with a little bit of gusto, Juwan, feeling very confident from the last fight here in the Tough Test Tavern, hops in, but is unfortunately the first to go down, followed by an almost simultaneous drop of Udia and Acacia in an attempt to use spiritual weapons and use attacks against each other, both at the same time, kind of knock each other out of the fight, leaving Gloriel and Winnie to fight here, the 2 from Asarius facing down in the ring. And Winnie, tries to move around and use her wits more than her fighting skills, but Gloriel is just a little bit too strong and a little bit too fast to be able to beat. And in the end, is the
Maybe
one left
she's running
standing.
around in a circle holding her shield.
as the 5 of you with the professor watching. In his younger days, he might have joined, but at this point, he's over off on the side. And the 5 of you brawl it out here at the Tough Test Tavern in what is a very, very fitting send-off here in Asarius and for your time here in the City of Beasts. And you kind of look back and remember some of the more rough and tumble things like the Tough Test Tavern, and just remember that is the heart of Asarius, that you've been up in the Aurora Hold, you've seen the beauty of the stained glass and the pagoda tiers and the beautiful architecture, and it is not the heart of Asarius. The heart of Asarius is here in the middle of the Pits and the Cretes neighborhood where they meet. It is with the beasts that you pass to get here. It is here in the fighting pits. That is the heart of Asarius. And before you leave, you were all reminded of that. And going back to the table, you all get any drinks or foods that you might want and wait. You just enjoy a bit of time with each other as a group and the time you've gotten to know each other here in the last few days in Asarius. After some time, you see the familiar form of Chthona Thalis walk through the door with her pale purple skin and kind of light pale red hair, horns that hug the head very tightly. Behind her, walking in, seems to be walking, you see another drow. He seems to be taller than Chthona. He's wearing a silver shoulder mantle, very ornate, large, that goes most of the way, or probably about like halfway down the chest. Shoulders that extend, making this figure seem imposing. They have short cropped hair, kind of pointed off to one side. They're wearing a earring that extends out to the end of the elf ear, kind of a little bar that covers a good 1.5 to 2 inches, with chains that go down and connect farther up on the ear with the earrings. They both walk over to the table after seeing you right away. Chthona steps up. Well, friends, I think it is time to go.
Can I change first?
Yes, absolutely. And she kind of has a bag over her shoulder that she drops off for all of you.
Oh.
And in it is leather armor to trade for your metal armor, if you would like. As well as 6 healing potions. And a bag of 1,500 gold pieces.
Hell yeah!
Been nice to have on the shopping spree, but we can get pearls somewhere else.
I think we can each take a potion because there's 6 of us.
Right.
And it's just regular leather armor, Josh.
You can do studded leather if you'd like. Chthona looks to the group. Might I introduce you to one who is in the Council of the Bright Queen? This is the Shadowhand. My cousin, Essek of Tenthalis. He gives a brief nod. And it was very unique. Because it seemed like he was walking, but even here, as he steps forward, it's almost more of a gliding. Kind of look to see if there's wheels. Nothing on the feet. He says in a very not tense, a very short response. I'm told you needed to get to the Empire.
That is correct.
My cousin tells me that your destination is the ruins of Schottengrad.
That is correct.
And you know the dangers that face you if any Empire agents know that you have come on behalf of the dynasty.
We come on our own behalf, not the behalf of the dynasty.
He smiles. Good. You will do well. We can leave whenever you're ready.
We have to give her an answer.
Oh, we didn't talk about that as a group, as to whether or not we wanted to do that.
If we want to do a little rewind before they come in, if you guys want to talk about that.
I think we shouldn't do it.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat.
L'Oreal is definitely a yay vote.
Yes, simp.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. What does Joanne say since he's spying?
He hasn't texted me yet to let me know. The stream is a couple about 30 seconds behind. So,
yeah. Winnie, what do you think?
Winnie doesn't know. Well, if we decline now, can we accept later? Just tell them we're still thinking about it.
We'll be in touch.
We'll be in touch. Don't call us, we'll call you.
A perfectly valid answer.
I don't know. I feel like they won't. I don't know. I feel like that won't go down well.
It's all about building trust.
No, Will.
Yeah, I think we'll call you is going to go over a lot better than no. But it also didn't seem like, at least from like the vibe that I was getting from it, it didn't seem like the offer was like, if you turn this down, I'm going to hunt you down. Like, it was more like, hey, we can offer this to you for like further assistance, but obviously there's strings attached. There's things that they're going to need from us at some point.
Yeah, and I would say with passive insights and the openness that you have had with Cathona and Lady Zethris at this point, is that's definitely a fair assessment that this was basically, we can offer you help if you do this in various forms. We can probably offer you more help though if you're official. So that's just kind of the rub is
So,
whether or not you wanted to be officially conscripted as members of the Lens or just kind of working in the same direction.
So this is my assessment, and tell me if I'm incorrect, Josh. They were more pushing for a quick answer rather than a yes long term, just so that they know whether or not they can help us as we're leaving, correct?
I generally, for in regards to what you're doing now and the things you're going to search for, it was, we can, if you answer quickly, then we can help you and do things right away, get the process started right away.
Okay.
There wasn't any indication that a yes later would or wouldn't be accepted, but given how friendly and open things have been at this point, it could play out that way. It didn't seem like it was, we have to have a yes or no right away.
Mm-hmm.
It was, here's this offer that's on the table and it can help with this thing that's happening quickly.
Gotcha.
And this is a spy organization, so it's unknown to most of the dens.
It's the Lens is known about, but what the Lens is doing is not.
Kind of like we know about the CIA, we just don't know what they're into.
Exactly right.
Okay. And with that,
We're definitely watching this.
That would give us some level of status.
But at the same time, if we're going into the Dwendalian Empire, being official,
Being official members of a Dwendalian or an Empire spy association might not be our best look.
yeah,
that might be fatal.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is we'll call you.
yeah,
Like, that's how this feels.
Maybe it's better if we're not official right now.
yeah. Because like some of us, we can claim association with our own home nations, but some of y'all can't do that. So
then what we'll do is fast forward back to this moment after kind of picking up back with Cathona and Essek standing in front of you.
As far as joining the lens, I think it's best that we keep our directions similar but not intertwined. I don't think walking into the Empire marked as spies with an employ of the Empire's the best look.
Essek is the one to speak. A wise course of action, although as one who oversees the lens. From what I've heard of your group, we would be lucky to have you join us in the future as well. And seeing as some of you have a bit unique lineage for one in the dynasty, we could certainly find a good use for you.
We'll be in touch. Our answer isn't no. It's just not right now.
Cathona says, well, then I wish you the best of luck. And as much as I can, given the situation.
We appreciate everything you've done to this point.
I leave you with the capable Shadow Hand. Keep them safe, cousin. Of course. And Cathona walks to the bar and grabs a drink. Essek says, perhaps outside might be a bit more space.
Yes, it's probably best.
And he
leads the way.
He does. He leads the group outside of the Tough Tusk Tavern, and the music and raucous yelling and fighting starts to fade as it's now off in the distance. Still audible. But you see Essek now kind of put his hands together and start to trace purple runes, sigils in the air. He kind of creates two-dimensional images. We'll give it a spin. Creates another one, piecing this shape together. And once the last piece is put into place, he kind of extends it out. Are we all ready?
As ready as we can be.
Here we go. And puts his hands together. With that, the group is teleported away from Asarius for the first time since meeting each other, and into the heart of the Dwendalian Empire in the Zimni Fields. And that's where we're going to end the session for the day.
Whoa.
So, thank you everyone for tuning in. What a fun session. It is always great here in Sanctums and Spies, but it is going to be so interesting now hopping into the Dwendalian Empire. So thank you for tuning in. Excited to have you back for the next one, and anybody watching the VOD. Hope you enjoyed. There is one spot left open in Sanctums and Spies. We now have 6 of the 7 party filled. So if you would like to join in, now that the party is heading off into the wider world of Exandria outside the Kryn Dynasty, check out the link down at the panel for the page on startplaying.games, and you can get more information there. But for now, we will see you next week. Bye, everybody.